children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick
our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. My name is Amrita Sharma and I am the host of today's episode. Today's episode is on mental health awareness. We will talk about it, but first, let's have the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. As we open our eyes in this world, it is something very different. A gift that has come to a human being in the form of mind that can think, that can conceive thoughts, that can reciprocate, that makes the heart beat, that gives all the colors of emotions, and yet sometimes can make the life completely dark. That's what is mind. With the growing awareness, globalization, technology advancement, mental health issues have become a big topic to be discussed, relevance to be made in the minds of people, where we have come from and where we are heading to, with the futuristic directions that we have. In today's time, it is very important to reflect on ourselves. And that's why today's episode we have brought for you on mental health awareness. For yourself, for others, and for everyone. It is important because it knocks your door of the mind and the heart to think about, what is my nature? Why do I get so irritated? What stresses me so much? Why the anxiety comes? Why can't I stop myself from certain behaviors that even I am fed up of? What makes my life so gloomy? And some days it becomes absolutely dark. I find the days like a doomsday ever. The answers to all these things we'll be taking up from our experts who will be joining us for this today's episode. As a vibrant topic, as well as a discussion about self-awareness, mental health awareness has been a key issue because the burden of mental health diseases and disorders have not only come up with a mass in range of mental health diseases, but also in terms of many physical ailments that bring mental health disorders. You might be thinking, I just have this physical problem, but eventually there must be something that is related with the mental health as well. And that's why to talk and discuss on this, we have our expert with us, who is our episode producer of today's episode. I warmly welcome Kirit Mistry ji from Midlands. Global Namaste, a very good afternoon. You are from South Asian Health Association, and you are a very prime person who works with the Rotary organ donations and the South Asian health groups. A very warm welcome to you, Kirit Mistry ji. And mental health has been a very big topic of today. And that's why we are here to discuss about it. Yes, please tell our viewers about mental health issues. Over to you.
Okay, Global Namaste, Amrita ji, thank you for the kind welcome, and it's glad to be here. We are celebrating Mental Health Awareness Week here in the UK this week, so and my kind of passion and interest in this subject is because having worked in first drug and alcohol in my early career, but also worked in mental health and trying to shape better mental health services, particularly for our South Asian communities. Now, the theme of this Mental Health Action Week is taking action. So, it's really quite important that we look at, taking action for ourselves, our loved ones, but also our communities, because obviously anyone at any time can suffer with mental health. It can have anxiety, they can have depression, from changing jobs, from moving houses, from planning weddings as well, and also in terms of losing somebody as well. If you've lost a loved one, again you have challenges around coping with that loss. So I think the point of today, and also every day, it's not just for this week, but we should be looking at how we check in with each other, with our family members. Sometimes we've gotten too used to this digital technology of WhatsApping. Pick up the phone, let's have a conversation. The WhatsApp messages are great, but it's also important that we have the real kind of interactions with people that we are close to. If you can't do it by phone, you can do at least your neighbor. You can knock on your neighbor and see how they are, because we did this in the pandemic. We saw that we couldn't go out, so we were checking in through neighbor. And also it's great that Healing Our Earth platform was established around that time as well. So but today we have got some amazing speakers who have been having their own experiences of mental health and challenges, but also we have people who've been working in this field as well, and championing within the importance of three things. One is making sure that we have conversations. So mental health is we shouldn't no longer be a taboo and stigma. We should openly talk about it and raise awareness. Secondly, we should also look at where can people go for help. Yes, people go to their GPs, but also what support services are available. And again, having worked in a local support service, we have to also look further, because the NHS in the UK, we have major challenges of long waiting lists. So we have to also be proactive within ourselves. Sometimes we may not need the counselling; we may just need spirituality, meditation. Those also help. So again, this is why I really like being part of Healing Our Earth, because we bring not just the medical interventions, but we bring the spiritual and the holistic approaches. So that's also important. And finally, we've also got to look at where our communities are coming from. We come from the Indian diaspora. We have good connections within India. So I've also reached out to organizations in India. We've had them on Healing Our Earth before, but again, to try and find, utilize their expertise in terms of self-care packages, toolkits, and anxiety and music therapy. So I think we've got to reach out to people within our own countries as well, because that's where we don't need to reinvent. We should learn from the good practice and share that. Neil Kumar, welcome.
Welcome, Kirit.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. Welcome, Amrita. Kirit, you mentioned a right point. One of the points you mentioned was bereaving. It's very stressful for bereaving because it's very difficult. There is no guidance and a book written. I remember in pandemic when we started, where people could not even go and see their loved ones in the hospital. Then they didn't know how, what we call the Kriya Karam, where we actually do the final send-off with the ashes and the remains of our loved ones. And the hospitals had to learn how to actually accept the very immediate 3-4 people. And around ceremonies in UK, at Northwick Park Hospital was the first trial where Shonaka from Oxford actually initiated the slokas that can be read and things. So you're very right. The mental state is not just on the week, because in UK this is the awareness week. I think it's everyday requirement. One clue we must all learn is that if somebody reaches out to you, don't ignore them. Don't tell them that, look, don't be silly. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. Because they might be on the border of committing suicide. And this is very important. So I think it's good. And shortly we'll be going to Sandeep as soon as he puts her video on, so we can spotlight her. And it'll be nice to bring on people. So yes, mental health for every day. I think we should bring knowledge, help, guidance, nurture people. Children, sometimes children are not able to express what they are going through. So it's very difficult. And I think the signs of wanting to know what people are going through are very important. Over to you, Amrita and Kirit and Sandeep. If you are listening, please put your video on so we can highlight you. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil G. You're completely right. It's a conversation for many years we kind of try and keep it in our four walls in our homes, but sometimes we do need to reach out. We do need to find support, and it's great to have one of our first speakers here, who's Sandeep, who's going to be joining us. And Sandeep,
and Kirit, before we bring Sandeep on, this week has seen a birthday celebration for our famous spiritual guide, Sister Jayanti from the Brahma Kumaris. She has been with us right from the beginning of the first episode and always nice. And she is the additional administrative head at Brahma Kumaris, which means the global contribution. So a very happy birthday to her. And she keeps and beams and smiles all over the world, sharing her spiritual knowledge. Over to you, Amrita and Kirit, and let's go on to Sandeep.
I think we are privileged to have a Brahma Kumari Centre in Leicester, which is outside of London. This is the next bigger centre. So amazing work they do, and also great to and again, happy birthday to Sister Jayanti for all your wisdom and leadership you give us. we learn a lot from you and also from your centres. So thank you. And without further ado, Amrita, I'm going to just bring this Sandeep, who's actually a privilege. I met her quite a few years ago now, but you know, she's an amazing person and advocate for mental health. She comes with her own lived experience, but not just an advocate. She's championing, you know, this message, you know, of awareness of mental health, reaching out, and she's always been there for people, calling her and helped, and she's always a support. And I think I'm not going to break her presentation because she's also been involved in producing an amazing video film, that's a production which I'm going to not talk about because I'll let Sandeep talk about that. But Sandeep, Global Namaste, thank you for joining us.
Global Namaste, Sandeep.
Global Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. A true pleasure. And thank you, Kirit, and to the wider team, Amrita, for having me on in this forum to speak globally regarding mental health and well-being and the importance of it. So thank you so much for shining a spotlight on that.
Oh, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I am, as Kirit and Amrita mentioned, I'm Sandeep Saib. I'm a living experience mental health advocate and expert in my own journey, my own experiences. I'm also a philanthropist and a public speaker, joining you from London, UK. As Kirit mentioned, it is indeed Mental Health Awareness Week here in the UK, but mental health is every day. Mental health well-being, nourishing our mind, body and soul is every single day, and doing it justice and helping others along the way. So in terms of the next few minutes, as I have yourselves, I will firstly take you through my journey to the present day, and I'll then take you into my advocacy work and hopefully end on a few key call to actions and hopeful message. So for me, I was diagnosed with anorexia nervosa, which is a type of eating disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, body dysmorphic disorder, and a survivor of attempted suicide. We are in 2026, and this journey, this experience, this struggle has been with me since I was a toddler at the age of 3-4 years old. So I've struggled all my life till this day. And each area, each aspect of my life has those chapters. So I just want to share a bit of that with you today. So phase one, my early struggles were in struggling with the body, with eating, with my weight, not feeling positive about myself, have had misconceptions said to me, name calling, and coming from a South Asian community, the importance of being around food, showing up to family functions and being okay and representing and having that pride in that family name. So many pressures that I went through. My own pressures was, yes, struggling with eating, weight, body. And again, like I said, started when I was 3-4 years old. It then led into my teen years and in my early adult years, and now to the present day. It all started with moving houses as a family, wanting to do something for my own well-being, physical health. And I started to think about jogging, giving that a try. So I started that. And alongside that, I became very, very consumed in that world of vigorous exercising. What I thought was something in my control, doing it every day, it became a monster for me. I lost all sense of what healthy exercise looked like. It became an addiction for me. It became unhealthy exercising. I used to do at least 8-9 hours every day, come rain or shine. I used to compete with myself nothing was enough. I had to keep on doing it. I had the idea of perfection in my mind that I wanted to attain. And to my mind and in my mind, I felt and I knew it was attainable. That would be my rational thought. So I started to do that. And that was my life for 2 years, back to back, constant exercising. You know, trainers torn in, but I still continued. Broken ankles, muscles, bones, and I still continued. I was determined to lose weight. I was determined to be perfect. When those 2 years occurred, and bearing in mind, I'm still in that young child mentality that I had with eating and weight, I began to lose drastic amount of weight. I began rituals, safety mechanisms I had in place. I had to do the exercising. If I didn't do it, something bad will happen. There is that definite, yes, it will. And nothing more, nothing less. I used to starve my body. Malnutrition kicked in. Withdrawal kicked in, removing myself from family functions. In our culture, food is community. Food brings together people and family. For me, it was the opposite. I had anger outbursts, huge social anxiety, not going to family functions. And bearing in mind, I was working full time, still am now, but working full time back then, masking, a lot of covering up. Anyone asks me, how are you? I'll say, I'm fine. I'm fine. How are you? A lot of covering up, masking, not bringing my whole self to any environment. I didn't know that. I was in my own bubble. I thought what I was doing was right for me, but it was dangerous. It was dangerous. It was like a drug to me. It was an addiction. I needed to do it. With all the rigorous exercising, I still felt that it just wasn't enough. I lost drastic amount of weight, and I thought I needed to continue doing this. I was in my own bubble. What I felt like I was doing was great. I loved it. I loved losing weight. I loved seeing my body change. I loved feeling my bones and my spine. It became a disgusting, unhealthy addiction. Then, in April 2014, my mum and dad noticed the red flags. Sandeep's not showing up. Sandeep's not eating. Sandeep is constantly not in the present moment with us, constantly absent-minded, and anger outbursts. They sat me down one day and they said, this is how we feel. We are your parents. We love you. We have been noticing a change in your behavior, and we want to help you. That's when the bubble burst. That's when I realized that what I was going through mentally and physically was having a direct impact on my parents, my loved ones, those that brought me up and built me up. I was upsetting them for some reason. That was my first moment when I realized I don't want to be upsetting them anymore. So with their help and their support, I went to the doctors. I didn't say a single thing in that room. 4 walls with the doctor and my mum being my voice, my mum explaining everything. That's when I realized it had a name. I was then diagnosed with anorexia nervosa, body dysmorphic disorder, and OCD. I had some clarity. I felt that I can understand myself that bit more. I can feel closer to myself that bit more. I then had 6 sessions of cognitive behavioral therapy. I was on antidepressants, and my journey to self-help began right there in 2014, April, March time. I was also on the waiting list for 40 sessions with the NHS secondary psychological care, 7-month wait. Whilst I was on that self-help journey, my downfall happened. Biggest turning point in my life on 29th of August 2014, a day like any day, a day before my brother's birthday. We were all as a family going to the Gurdwara to start preparation. Didn't want to wake up. I did not want to wake up. I didn't want to do anything. I felt so depressed and so alone. And there's a difference between sadness and depression. I was in that. I was in the latter state. My mum said, do it for your brother. Do it for your family. So I found myself getting ready, going with my family. Whilst I was there, absent-minded, I looked from my right to my left. I felt so misplaced. I felt like I did not belong. I did not have a voice. I did not know where I fit in my family and even beyond that in this world. One thing led to another. I decided there and then I wanted to remove myself from the situation, and that's when I tried to take my own life. Array of emotions, array of thoughts kicked in. My mum came in, heard her voice. She got me out of that thinking. The angel and the devil, those are the two distinct voices that I heard, and I still hear till this day, but I move on to that shortly. Angel saying, Sandeep, you need to live. You need to live for your family. They love you. Hear that. The devil voice saying, no, you've neglected your family. You will do that again. You don't need to live and breathe anymore. My parents realized, and that's where private therapy was right away on the agenda, and we continued that as a family together. And family for me, I'll move on to the importance of that for me. So private therapy happened, and I began to explore my feelings and thoughts that bit more. I began to break down all the negative self-talk that I taught myself for many, many years, that were ingrained, that I adopted religiously. And it was unhealthy for me. So with the therapist, I began to unravel those thoughts, touch on my childhood. Why did I feel less of a family member in light of my weight problems and my eating problems back then? Be called fat, chubby. All these negative connotations were attached to me. So I began to deal with that. And it helped. It helped me gradually. And in 2016, I felt in a place now that I wanted to give back. I wanted to help others. I wanted to be their voice for the voiceless, with the hope that they'll find their own voice. I wanted to save lives. And that's where my advocacy journey started in 2016. And I haven't looked back, 10 plus years on. I wear many hats for different charities, do various different work for different charities from a living experience perspective. The reason why I say living is I'm still on that ongoing recovery healing journey for me. At the present day, I am still going through trials and tribulations with my eating, with my weight, with suicide ideations. I am still on medication, and I'm still finding myself. I want to close this segment with a few key call to actions that I really want you to hear, that I really want you to absorb and take it forward, and maybe try one out of these actions. Number one, please talk, please open up, please be in a dialogue. I have been in many situations where people struggle to, fear that they say the wrong thing, or they fear they might say the wrong thing. You rather say something than nothing at all. That is for sure. Asking how are you, but asking how are you again. Asking how are you feeling about the day, starting it gradually, but you rather talk and say something than nothing at all. Your gut is your best guide, and your best compass. Go with your gut. Secondly, please notice the red flags. Anything that seems out of the ordinary, for example, withdrawing, anxiety, anger. There's psychological and physiological issues. Try and notice these. Try and note these down for your own sake as well. Get some training under your belt. That has helped me as a mental health first aider. Tip 3, self-care is so important. Self-care is so, so important. I've learned throughout my journey till this day, I am my own best therapist, and so are you. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You know what you need. Sometimes you just need a bit of that crutch, that support in the right direction. Know that everything is temporary. Nothing lasts forever. That is for sure. So with self-care, do things that you enjoy, that make you happy, that truly make you happy. Journaling is a great way. Being one with nature is great. Taking in the 5 senses, box breathing, all these different techniques may not all be tailored to you and suit your needs, but it's worth trying. Put one foot in front of the other. Give it a try. And last but not least, this is indeed Mental Health Awareness Week. But as Kirit Mistry mentioned, mental health and well-being is every single day. And there is a big difference between mental health and mental illness. So I want you to resonate with those tips, those call to actions. And please, please help yourselves and look after yourselves in the process as well. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd be happy to connect with you all. And as Kirit mentioned, please feel free to go on YouTube and watch the full documentary of my journey, as with my family as well, The Angel and the Devil, Breaking the Silence. Thank you very much.
Sandeep, thank you. Always, we finally got you. We've been trying to get you on this Healing Our Earth platform for a few years, but we've kind of saved you, and I think it's amazing to, and it's great to see that the work you're doing. But I think you've been a power of inspiration, because certainly in terms of the work I've been doing in the mental health charity that I would do, but also bringing you to Leicester and actually engaging with the community,
Absolutely.
showing your film and having you in the room really changes people, and I think that's what we need to do more of. So
absolutely.
Just hang on for a while if you can. I just need to bring Mukesh, who's actually in. He's going to be rushing off because he's running a mental health and suicide training program today. But he's from India. He's from the Rotary club, but also he's now going to be taking on the lead role for Rotary in mental health and suicide. So he's somebody I'd like you to connect with as well. But Mukesh Bhai, can you just switch your camera on, and just wanted to kind of bring you on before you rush off. And then Davinder ji, thank you for your patience. We'll bring you shortly as well. But Mukesh Bhai, can you put your camera on and we can bring you in to this as well? And I want to connect you and Sandeep as well, because I think he's doing some training he trains a lot of nurses, but he also does a lot of fantastic work in the Gujarat area, around the Rotary as well. So
that is brilliant.
Mukesh, right on, can you bring your camera on and we can bring you in quickly just before you have to go? So I thought I'll bring you in. Thank you. Can we just bring Mukesh into the conversation as well? Right, Mukesh. Firstly, I wanted to kind of get you both to connect with Sandeep. So I will share your details after that. But firstly, before you rush off to do your program, I want to congratulate you from Healing Our Earth, particularly because you've been on our program, before, and having you now, flying the flag for Rotary for the next year around the mental and suicide, chapter, and the chair of that. Really want to work with you more and doing more global stuff. But again, just give us a quick introduction of what your plans are within your new role. And welcome to the Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Just to give me 2 minutes. I finished one emergency work.
Okay, so in that case, we'll just quickly, I'll do an intro of Davinder ji. Again, it's great to have Davinder ji here. He's from Leicester, who's somebody he's been supporting the great work, particularly around mental health, but not just mental health. He's been advocating for the work in the community, the lead member of the community, particularly not just the Sikh community, but the whole of the South Asian population, because he's well known, and having Davinder ji in Leicester makes a difference because he knocks those doors down. He actually opened those doors, and we've just done a fantastic program recently around cancer awareness, particularly around prostate cancer, within the Sikh Gurdwara here in Leicester, and that's something that we're going to be continuing to do. But it's great to have Davinder ji. He's also in his professional day-to-day work. He's a educational psychologist, and some of the things that Sandeep has and Sandeep and Davinder ji have met before in Leicester, but some of the things that I'm sure you'll be covering in your presentation, Davinder ji, in terms of the challenges around, counselling, the challenge around, in the psychotherapy, but also in terms of the work you do with the younger generations as well. In terms of, again, that'd be useful to share and really kind of look at the work. But also, you're working on a great initiative with the local authority perspectives as well. So that's something that you're going to share with us today. So I will let you bring you in, and then when Mukesh is ready, I will just bring him in shortly as well. So,
okay.
Further, I'll let you. You've got co-host, so you can share your presentation.
And
Kirit.
Yeah. Kirit, it's Davinder. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Can you see me as well?
Yes, we can see you perfectly.
Oh, that's lovely. Okay, no, thank you very much. Just one little thing. I'm actually just having a little bit of difficulty finding the share button. Okay, I've sort of lost the sort of functionality of that for some reason. But that's
So
just
if you look
not sure what to do about it. But hang on. But what I will do
you will see
is, in a
down
sense,
here. If you look at the bottom taskbar, you will see the share button. Click on it.
Green box.
Yes,
it's a green box.
And before you share, make sure it's on your desktop so that straight away you can share. Has it got a sound to it?
No, it's just basically a straightforward text one. Okay.
Yeah,
I had the share button when I first logged on, and then it somehow disappeared. And I can't locate it now. Huh?
Can you see your bottom taskbar with audio, video, participant, etc. is there?
No.
Look at the bottom. Take your cursor at the bottom.
Okay. I will perhaps have to continue without that, okay, in order not to sort of
no problem. No problem, Davinder. You can talk about it.
I will.
You know what it is. Maybe
stop sharing your screen then. Just.
I think that's what I'll have to.
He's a frozen.
Okay.
Davinder, sign back in again. Your signal is poor. Switch everything off on your computer and sign back in. So you got good broadband. Sign back in, Davinder.
I can see you now, Davinder. I can see you. Can you hear us?
He's frozen. He's frozen. He's slightly bending. Davinder, sign back in.
Davinder, sign back out.
That's what I'm thinking I should do best. Okay, I think that's.
Yeah.
I will. Okay.
Do that, and I'm just going to bring Sandeep back in while we're doing that. In terms of Amrita ji and Neil ji, any questions that came on and obviously Anukul ji, again, you heard Sandeep's presentation. This is something that it's very powerful that Sandeep is, talking about this and obviously sharing her living experiences, because we are obviously, this is the only way. We need more people like Sandeep to be able to talk and share. That's the only way we're going to break this stigma and taboo within our communities.
Anukul, I think Sandeep deserves a round of congratulations and encouragement there, because she took the bull by horn. She has lived through it. Now she is good enough to come and talk about it. She still admits that she's still fighting it. And this is what we should do. If people are reaching out to you, don't ignore them. Don't judge them. Don't tell them, come on, it's okay, and what's the matter, and be fine. And because they are reaching to maybe a suicidal level. Sandeep says that she even felt, she didn't even know what she was going through first, till she got encouragement. And every parents are not equipped to understand or register this. So, Anukul, you heard her. Isn't it amazing that to stand up for it, fight for it, and come bouncing back to help the community? Over to you, Anukul.
Absolutely. I think this kind of effort as put on by Sandeep has been really congratulatory. Congratulations to her. I would certainly like to even get a chance of even talking to her even separately for quite a few other things. But more importantly, the concept of the right parenting is central and your traditional systems of incorporating your family values is very, very central because there are differences in the cultural way of looking at the world. And that cultural differentiation, I think, is something that is central to some of the problems many of the Asian kids have over here because there's a different concept in our traditional system and slightly different system in the local system. And many of the kids of the Asian origin people have a conflict between these two cultural systems. That's another thing that I would certainly like to get a chance of discussing with Sandeep in future. But again, I was looking into the Vedanta system of Patanjali Yoga Sutra as to how you classify the mental makeup. And as it happens to be over here, many of the things are classified into different illnesses. But in the what we call Vedanta system and in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, you don't consider that to be an illness. You consider it to be a condition which has to be properly brought back and aligned to normal traditions. Is something that we will certainly like to discuss in future. And Davinder ji is also going to give us more information.
So Davinder is back again. Let's see. Davinder, see if you can landscape your video. So it looks professional and better. Yes, brilliant. And let's attempt. Yes, you've got better signal now, Davinder.
Oh, lovely. I'm actually on my mobile. So I've got off the laptop just in order to ensure that I've got a good enough signal to be with
the signal
yourself.
is good. It's much better. We can see you much clearly.
Lovely.
And don't worry if you can't share because it's difficult to share from mobile. Just
It is,
talk your experience to us.
Lovely. I'll talk to you about the topic in question. And in a sense, Kirit, when he did the introduction, talked about the global issues that there are with respect to getting support for emotional well-being, mental health, okay, and things of that ilk. And also, we've heard about personal experiences that people go through. And, over the last, perhaps before the last 20 years, there's a lot of focus on things getting worse for people, things getting to a stage when formal diagnosis could be made before help was made available. And so that was an issue. And it just meant that for a lot of people, it took a fair amount of time before things got done for them. And so access to support was not that easy, not that easily available. But what has happened is that in the last few years, the government here in England, which is where I am, they looked at how can we support young people and children, young people at colleges in a way that would mean that we would catch everything at the earliest stages of something becoming an issue or a problem, and not wait until things had gone to quite a sort of severe stage. And so this is where the government introduced something called the mental health support teams in schools. So this is the mental health support team in schools. And what they did in 2018, 2019, they said, we'll run a few pilots where you'll have additional money being provided by both the Department of Health here and also the Education Department working together to take support into the school system and into the college system. So that was a bit of a change because generally the National Health Service, which is funded by the government, tends to work, and I'm generalizing a little bit, okay, tends to work within their clinic settings. So young people are referred by their general practitioners, and via that route, they would go and see a clinician for an assessment, perhaps a diagnosis, and then an intervention plan. And that's what would be happening routinely. But now the focus was on trying to get something different done. So in 2018, they started providing some money, some 58 pilot sites were sort of set up. And then from that, the results of that indicated, hey, the children within schools, in those schools, were beginning to buck the trend. They were beginning to show earlier signs of beginning to approach support services early. And because of that, there was a better prognosis for them, and conditions and issues weren't getting entrenched. And so the government then said we should get a few more schools having these mental health support teams. So essentially, from around about 2018 onwards, and we all know we had COVID during 2019, but during that period, they still kept investing and investing. And so the last government, the current government in England, last year in September 2025 said that they would like to have mental health support teams in every single school in England by 2029. So that's just around the corner. And they're looking for support teams to be available in those settings. There's a fair amount of money that's gone in. Where has my interest come in? I have worked as an educational psychologist, within the city of Leicester for a very, very long time now, 35, 40 plus years. And within that, seen young people come in, young people experience difficulties, and then young people who have come into our city as refugees, as migrants. There are very many who've been born here as well. So our city is now quite a diverse city, so much so that here in England, the city where we are, we've now got perhaps 52 to 53% of the local population who are not white British. Okay, so it's the first majority ethnic city in England. And that in itself also introduced very many positive points, but some of the negative points which arose were around the fact that mental health has been regarded as a taboo subject. Mental health, emotional well-being hasn't been given priority. It's a stigma. And so there were very many things to overcome on that front. And over the last 10 or 15 years, we've seen a growth in young people questioning their gender identity, young people finding the pressures of work, living in an environment where because of their skin color, they may be picked on. And all those sorts of difficulties have led to mental health problems. So one of the things that I did last year alongside my senior management team, we worked with the Leicestershire mental health support team that had been set up, but was working solely from a clinical perspective and a medical perspective. I work within the education sector, and so I took that to them, put forward a bid to run a project, and that bid was accepted because the bid looked at developing synergy, developing a working relationship between health and education, but going into schools. And that wasn't very common, and it still isn't very common here in England. So this was to have an assertive outreach from the National Health Service and their teams, from the mental health support teams, into schools. And that became quite an important area and quite an important step for us to work towards. So we set up a brief, looked at what we wanted to do. We worked with pilot schools, identified what they wanted to actually support them. We did surveys with them, and then we came up with relevant plans. The most important thing was that we did this planning with them so that we co-produced the materials and also the approaches that they wanted to use. And within that, we also ensured that the parental voice was heard quite significantly. So with all the stakeholders who could be possibly involved coming together and agreeing on a plan of action. Now, it's unfortunate that my PowerPoint, I can't share, but again, I'll just talk through the main points that arose from that. What we found was that children were reluctant to come forward to refer themselves because they felt that they'd be sort of stigmatized in some way, and then their parents would be unhappy. We went on to develop a form which is a very child-friendly form, but rather than solely focusing on disorders, we asked some general questions about how they were feeling in school and whether they would like some extra help with that feeling that they had. And lo and behold, from a baseline which had been established at the very beginning, we found that there was a 23% increase in the requests from children to receive support from within their own school and from professionals within their school. That's a massive improvement. What that meant was that young people, rather than not being open, rather than hiding away, rather than not discussing matters, they found a simple system by which they could request involvement for themselves in support from others who perhaps could help them on the journey to understanding their issues, and then also a program of work. So that was the one major outcome. The second major outcomes was that we started holding coffee mornings, parent mornings in schools so that parents could come in sometimes first thing in the morning, as soon as they drop their child off, sometimes at lunchtime, and then sometimes at the end of the school day when they came to pick up their parents. And again, when they did that, we'd be approaching them, talking to them about mental health support. We'd be talking to them about how things might have been back in their different homelands that they came from. And what I might say, in Leicester, as a city, it's a very vibrant and diverse city, as I mentioned. You know, would you believe it? We have 185 languages that are spoken in just a city alone. 185. So it's on individual. For others, there were issues around. For others, there were issues around transferring from one phase of education into another. So children transferring from primary into secondary, children transferring from secondary into colleges or to universities. And at each of those phases, we developed systems that were jointly approached, put together by health and education, so that each system was able to cope with the other, and the educationalists did not find that sometimes the very helpful approach by some members of the health service weren't in fact in line with the school timetables. Health could only be available at a certain time. School curriculums also had to be run. So all those pressures were controlled, looked for, and synchronized. We also began to deliver training to health personnel on the educational systems, the special needs educational systems as well, so that parents and young people were given advice which was in line with the systems that operated in schools, so you didn't get a clash of systems as well. And collectively, we've had a massive improvement within the standing of both the mental health support teams in our geographical area, which is known as the East Midlands, and also nationally. And if I may add that when we started the program, we were actually second from bottom, or the NHS was second from bottom in relation to referrals being received, and also in terms of satisfaction. As the project has progressed, the staff have all become more competent, schools have been more engaging, and the standing has begun to rise, and also more and more children can now access the service. Within this, the use of the child's mother tongue has also been crucial. We've worked with families in Gujarati, in Urdu, in Punjabi, and where it's been possible, we've had access to Portuguese as well. So we've endeavored to support the entire systems in schools in order to allow mental health support teams to be able to deliver their very sort of skilled and helpful and useful strategies and interventions in a way that schools can accommodate them as well. And so when you think about the government's initiative to have mental health support teams in every single school by 2029, it's really important that all the different parts of the system are working together, and then we can actually be more certain that all the monetary, all the money, all the funding that's been put in is being used to its optimum and enabling all the people whom it should benefit being able to do so and actually have access to that. Kirit, right at the very beginning, spoke about reaching out to places outside England to provide support, for society, for parents, and for children in Leicester. And that's happening. And today's program is a classic example of that. Okay, that we're able to
Davinder, you
do
are
that.
giving very valuable information, particularly involving the education establishment and recognizing. Just pause for a moment. Let's go to Mukesh in India.
Yes.
Would like to acknowledge him and say hello to Mukesh because he will be part of and to Sandeep and Anukul. It's nice to be in touch with Davinder because you are an educator, you are planning something, so Kirit will facilitate that. Kirit, let's bring in Mukesh and let's hear a bit more about him and congratulate him on his recent appointment as well.
That's great. Namaste, Mukesh, and thank you for joining us. And again, congratulations on your new appointment as the Rotary Chair for the Mental Health Suicide Prevention Chapter. It's great to have you part of Healing Our Earth, and also just before, I know you need to shoot off to run your program, so I'll just give you the floor for a few minutes, and then we'll connect Davinder and Sandeep as well, because your college that you run in Gujarat is a great example of training educators, teachers, nurses around mental health. So over to you, Mukesh.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, global namaste to everyone. Thank you so much for being here today, and a very warm welcome to all of global viewers tuning into this Healing Our Earth session. I am humble, honored, and deeply grateful to stand before you today as the newly appointed chair of the Mental Health Awareness and Suicide Prevention Committee, Rotary District 3055. I want to thank the leadership and the organizer of Healing Our Earth, the Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK, and specific Kirit Mistry ji and South Asia Health Action for giving us this incredible platform today. As the chair of this committee, I know this is not just a title, it is a vital mission. Our theme today says it all: action. We need action for yourself, action for someone's, and action for all of us. Mental health is just as important as physical health. And so many people suffer in silence because of shame or fear. We know very well. Together, we are going to break that silence. My goal is to make sure our committee becomes a bridge of hope. We want to build a community, a positive atmosphere where asking for help is seen as a sign of strength, not a weakness. And I can't do this alone. I need your continued support, your ideas, and your hands to help. Let us work together to help to create a kinder, healthier world where no one feels left behind or alone in the dark. I give such at here in Gujarat. Last 5 months, I covered 125 education campus and 50,000 students, 14 to 20 years, with support of revenue district collectors, revenue educational officers. I have associated 2 official revenue district collectors, and they are very happy. And this year, we are going to cover entire Gujarat regarding to the mental health. I am working as a life skill trainer and coach since 22 years. Success Research Foundation is my firm. So thank you once again for your congratulations, your trust, and your faith in me. Especially thanks to again Kirit Mistry ji for the wonderful opportunity. Let's together do something best for entire world and leave the legacy. Thank you.
Thank you thank you, Mukesh. And I'm very pleased that we met a couple of years ago in Gujarat as well. But now Leicester, we have a big Gujarati population, even in the UK. So it's really good that we can start tapping into your excellent work you're doing and obviously share some of that, because this platform, Healing Our Earth,
Yeah.
is about bringing good practice and sharing that and learning from each other. So I know you need to shoot off, but in terms of we will connect you with Sandeep ji and also with Davinder ji as well, because he's their education focused. But one of the things that I think brought to my attention is Rotary is an important movement that brings, you know, values, but also brings a lot of education and connects people. So it's glad that you're championing this mental health within the Rotary, like we're doing with organ donation. But it's a great platform to champion and bring more people to learn about awareness of mental health. So keep the good work going, and we'll look forward to working with you in your new role as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just before we bring again, Governor said, Dr. Kailash, nice to have you on again. And you heard the presentation from Sandeep, and anything you'd like to kind of raise or any questions you had in your mind about, because education is important. But one of the things that we need to ensure, Davinder ji, is that we need to have within the program that the schools are developing, we need to have your young people as peer ambassadors. We need to have people who are champions with lived experience coming in, not just rely on the teachers or the educators, the mental health practitioners, because some of them can only do as little, but the real change makers are people like Sandeep, who's been here today, and others, you know, young people as well. Because young people, the peer education approach is something I champion, I value, because I believe it's those young people teaching young people will get the message together. So, Dr. Kailash, anything you'd like to bring in?
Yes, so global namaste to everyone. And I caught the tail end of Davinder ji, your presentation, which I found it very inspiring. Thank you so much. I come from an educational background, and I work in schools and colleges with young people. And I've seen this mental health and growing basically. And what really kind of touched me was the topic that you talked about being a taboo, and it's still a taboo actually, especially in the Asian culture. Now I can just give you an example from a family as well. That there was a case where there was a family member who did suffer and did need some counseling, but the parent was reluctant. So, once we go for counseling, it'll be like a labeled, and we don't want my child to be labeled. But they don't realize how much, counseling does help, with any mental anxiety, whatever, depression. And so that really needs that. There's a lot of work. And like you said, it's a collective effort. You can't just rely on schools and teachers. We all need to get together. And I like the way Davinder ji mentioned those different languages as well, how important it is, to reach out, to be inclusive, to be able to reach out in those different culturally sensitivity, language barriers. So, we have got a lot of work to do, but it's growing. And I come from Lancashire, and I know that within Lancashire County Council, there's so much funding that's been poured in because they have recognized there's a growing concern. And therefore, this kind of seminars, this platform is absolutely crucial, so important that we spread that word and we all work collectively. So thank you.
Sandeep, I want to bring you in to kind of, you heard what Davinder ji was saying. Any thoughts and best ways of ensuring, we succeed in, we've got, between now and 29?
Yeah, sure. I think Davinder ji, thank you so much for sharing that, and it's great to see you here. I think that's so important. That collaboration is key. Joining up is key. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. People have the knowledge, people have the resources. It's joining those up, and that's a key part of my role. Building those bridges. How can we ensure that we make it efficient and effective as possible to help that person. One size does not fit all. We've got to recognize also that every single individual that struggles with mental ill health needs tailored, bespoke, holistic support for them. Counseling may not be for every single person, but it is a option there. And as a mental health first aider and a wellbeing ambassador, and with my own lived experience, the most important thing is to actively listen to what the needs and requirements are at all levels. What does that particular individual need, and how best can the grassroots level stakeholders, educators, researchers, doctors, how can we then work together for the greater good to minimize mental ill health, severe mental ill health, before it even gets severe? So to Davinder G's point around early intervention is so important, so powerful. And I think it's definitely key to nourish that. And to your point, Kirit Ji, about learning from other countries that do it well, even Japan, even as far as Australia, they have principles and practices that we can bring over here that works, and vice versa. Again, collaboration, joining up forces, learning from each other as sharing that practice. I really also want to touch on language just ever so briefly. I think it's all in well in having and speaking about language in different mother tongues, different languages. But I think it's also really important that language matters when speaking about mental health and well-being and suicide awareness and prevention. So what I've learned, even when sharing my journey for many years, I've learned that saying words like committed suicide, it implies, say for example, it implies, or it harks back to the era where suicide was considered a sin or a crime. So I have been in that position where I've used language like that. For example, we need to explore that. We need to you know, have other phrases such as died by suicide, or you know, it, other things that we also say in conversations, such as, you know, you're crazy, you're mad, you know, suicide, you know, I feel suicide. Like, it's just, the most important thing is language is important. We need to challenge language. We need to say, okay, you've mentioned this, but how about reframe it to, rather than committed suicide, attempted suicide, or died by suicide? We need to stop seeing mental health. In order to stop seeing it as a stigma, we need to decriminalize it. We need to normalize conversations about mental health and well-being. It affects everyone, and it's not a just here, just this group. It doesn't discriminate. It can affect anyone at any given point, at any given time in their lives. So it's always important to check in. But collaboration, going back to our point earlier, is paramount, and to make sure that it's clearly communicated, managing expectations from the get-go, and keeping the patient, the service user, the person that's in distress at the heart of it, and for them to take that ownership.
Thank you. That's an excellent point around normalizing and language, and changing the language to make it more that we talk about it and accept it, and that's key. Davinder Ji, in terms of your presentation and the project you're leading on in terms of Leicester, it's working across. You said it's working across 58 pilot sites. So you guys must meet. Is there any good practice that you can share in terms of what's happening in other cities? Leicester is great, you're leading in Leicester, but how can Sandeep in London, you know, schools there?
Yeah. So there's a national body which looks at this, okay? And they produce papers every so often to look to see what's happening across the East Midlands, the West Midlands, up north, down south. So there's at least 20 different regional groups that meet to share practice. And it's, I think, be reassuring to say to Sandeep that Sandeep, for example, 4 years ago, across all the mental health support teams, They stopped using the term, committed suicide. It's died through suicide, died via suicide. So those changes have been happening. And almost all the mental health support teams are also looking at cultural competence. And we've got that as a theme today. So that's a massive, advancement as well. And even in the city as well. So what we did was we had people with lived experiences coming in to talk to the practitioners on this topic as well. But coming back to your original point, Kirit, there is now, information that's on a certain website, which all the mental health support teams have access to, and NHS professionals also have access to, where good practice is being shared. Okay, there's a lot more to still learn, a lot more to still do, but it's there and experience, and there are always papers coming out every so often. Okay? So there's something in relation to the mental health support team mother website, which allows people access to more information on that.
So I think it's great. I think we can cross align some of the work that we do. Anukul, just go for it, and then I'm going to share something we're doing around South Asian gestational diabetes, which is seems the cultural sensitivity and the approaches coming from a lived experience point of view. But go for it, Anukul.
Thank you. I was requesting Davinder Singh ji to tell us a little bit more about any kind of statistics that you might have on the type of cultural background and the manifestation of mental disorders in children, number one. Number two is, what you're seeing today in a school is a manifested system, but are there any ways of preventing such kind of manifestation occurring? Because what I was trying to do in the past was to corroborate the Gurukul system of education to the current system of education, and that's a very vital way of recognizing, because there is something called, as we call it in the Patanjali system, there is something called a vasana, that a natural tendency of a person who is reward seeking, and they tend to be overloaded with too much of information from different sites, and they develop problems like ADHD and things like that. So I just want to request you to just tell us a little bit about, are there any differences in the population characteristics with mental health from different communities, and how you can address them and identify before the problems really occur?
Davinder ji. Okay, I just want to, while he's coming on, I was saying we need to cross-share from mental health to other disciplines. So we're currently working with Nottingham clinical trials, and we know that South Asian women going through gestational diabetes are not being engaged in clinical trials. So it's great that we're part of this program, where we're now trying to increase the uptake. But what we've done is we've done a few focus groups with the women who have gone through gestational diabetes and capturing their experiences. And all the ones, even they've told us, is they were lacking mental well-being support through their journey of their diabetes. And that's something that, it's not just in diabetes. We're hearing it from our cancer connectors. They're saying the same. When they went through their diagnosis of cancer, the mental well-being support was lacking. So I think what we've done now with the gestational, we've created a culture-sensitive program that we run for midwives and diabetes nurses across 32 hospital sites that have taken up this program on clinical trials and gestational diabetes. And that's now, but the program was developed, co-designed, co-produced by those women. So everything their experiences were, we've captured in an hour 15 minutes online program that we run and we deliver to these hospital sites, because they're the ones who are going to be engaging with women, and we want to ensure when they do engagement, they are aware of the challenges that they need to be addressing and find solutions. So it's great that what Davinder ji is doing in the mental health and teams, that can be cross-shared in other disciplines as well. Dr. Kailash, it's good. I didn't realize the educational background. So I think with the platform with Anukul ji as well, I think we can start looking at in the UK some educational kind of workshops and programs that will help on different topics. Mental health. Today we're talking about mental health, but again, we know that in education and tackling stigma in cancer is a big area as well. So we can certainly start looking at how we do that. And it's great. We've got Sandeep who's also a good educator, and it's great to have her, and we'll try and ensure that we've got other people coming on board to help us deliver this and develop that, because Healing Our Earth is bringing us together on a Sunday, but I think outside of Sundays we can really start how we go do work more in the community and do the education and awareness in the community would be great, and having teams. Go on, Anukul, go on.
Just to add to your point, other than the diabetic issues, one of the things that I come across very often in my clinical practice as a spinal and chronic pain issues are the disparities that appear in the families and the broken families and what you call physical violence or other issues which come up in the violence in childhood, parental disharmony, and they have a huge impact. And I was talking to a psychiatrist, and he said, we can literally make out the differences in the newborn babies, their behavior towards the mother in a well supported family, as opposed to those who have a very broken family. And it's something I was very keen to know. I was surprised that at least about 30 to 40% of the patients that I handled with chronic pain have come through those kind of systems.
Yeah. So yes, it's good that because our next speaker is going to be really the work they're doing around chronic pain and areas around mental well-being is also great to tap in. And this is again our next speaker is coming from in India as well, in Bangalore. Sandeep, I'm going to give you the last you gave some really good tips. Any final ones that you feel that our listeners should take more action on? And today's about action, so.
I think in terms of key actions is keeping up the momentum above and beyond this forum. As to your point there, Kirit G, just to make sure that we keep up that dialogue around mental health and well-being, and the fact that we also talk more around the stigma around suicide as well. I think that's still a big taboo and a big stigma. If we can take action to also introduce ways of demystifying the whole topic of suicide, it's very high in both men and women, especially in men, due to many external factors such as financial distress, relationships, cost of living, all these different issues. In terms of action for them is what more can we be doing as a collective beyond this forum to have those conversations, have those real conversations and get to people where they are at. I think that's very, very important, especially at local grassroots community levels. So for me, the key action is continuing this great work. Do not reinvent the wheel, keep talking and communicate as much as you can and generate those peer-to-peer support groups and individuals to maximize and generate that wider awareness as well. Those will be my key takeaways.
Thank you. And Dr. Kailash, you also was going to say something, so I'll give you, and then we'll bring our next speaker in as well. So
yeah. I'm just going to follow up on echo what Sandeep was saying about the collaboration working. I mean, just listening to Davinder just before like I said, I came in a little bit late because I had another commitment, but just seeing the wonderful work that's already being done in schools, and it's like something that I'm inspired by, and I think we can take that away and sort of work on schools in Lancashire and make that real difference. And I think, like you said, we meet on a Sunday, but this is a platform where we can all kind of put our ideas together and support each other and spread that word. And I think it's just wonderful that we've got this forum. Actually, it's very empowering, and I feel kind of inspired to go out there and really want to work together. I feel I'm supported because I've always been very passionate about promoting these issues. And at the moment, I know that the S.A.H.A has been funding a lot of university students with those with anxiety, ADHD, autism, and I'm supporting them in their studies. But it's wonderful to be able to work in schools now with the strategy and all the other collaboration, I think. So thank you.
Sorry, Davinder, I want to bring you in. I heard your challenges of unmuting. So sorry, yeah. I'll bring you in to give you the final words, and then we'll have our Sharma coming in as well.
No, thank you, Kirit. It's now allowed me to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah. I think the most important thing here is, in fact, working together, okay? Working together for early intervention is the best way to move ahead. What I am aware is that there are a number of questions that were bits of information that colleagues wanted from me, but I wasn't able to sort of come on board because I couldn't come in. But in terms of my final message, co-production, getting all the stakeholders involved and making sure we're able to utilize the funding most effectively is the only and the most effective way forward. Young ambassadors are also now being introduced, and so England as a country is very small compared to India in terms of size, but even in England, the practice is different in different parts of the country. There are some colleagues who are very adamant in working across different sectors, education and health coming together. There are others, both in education and in health, who want to keep their separate disciplines and not actually look at coming together. So I think the way forward really is that wherever you've got young people, wherever you've got practitioners who have this common interest in mind to say, we would like to work together, we would like to do things which involve the people who receive our service in helping design our services, that is the best way ahead. And we're already finding good amounts of progress being reported in areas where that's happening, and also in parts of Leicester where some of the pilot schools have been. And hopefully, as we move forward to 2029, we'll get a better coverage throughout England. But partnership working is the way ahead, and understanding each other's roles within that. Because the most you can get sort of sometimes people who may be very well qualified, but who have the least idea of how to work in schools. And you may get the least qualified person, for example, a teaching assistant or a nursery nurse, but she would be the person who has the most influence on the children and is able to get on with the children the best. So understanding each other's roles and skill sets, that's the difference, okay? We all bring different skill sets, and understanding those skill sets within the context of the different psychological paradigms and teaching pedagogies that we work with, is the only sort of solution to progressing forward in this field. And there's a big, big need for work to be done, collectively.
Sandeep, I'm going to give you the last word, and I'm going to just share something. Go for it.
Sorry, I just wanted to make just a few more points that I thought about. Data and AI. I just wanted to mention that. I think in terms of what we're saying here, there is that common thread of working collaboratively, working together. But how can we make use in a positive way the digital world and AI and real-time surveillance data to form a key part in what we are trying to do and what we're trying to achieve and the purpose here. So I think we do need to think about that and explore that bit more to help us target those areas that need that support. So those are a few
great. I'm going to follow up on that with you outside of this. It's a great idea. And Davinder, I was just going to say that 25 years ago, we developed the first Asian, African, Caribbean young people's peer education program to look at drug and alcohol issues. And we trained them up to be the educators, to go out there and raise the awareness of drug and alcohol challenges, because they were likely to be, peers were likely to be taking drugs. This is the best way of informing young people. So we'll connect. Right, without further ado, I really want to bring our next speaker. And again, thank you for your patience, Sharma ji. Global Namaste from Healing Our Earth. It was a privilege to have a conversation and meet you recently in your visit to the UK. And really, the work you're doing at the your institute in Bangalore, and it's the S.A.H.A University and Human Excellence Institute for Medical. But the main kind of inspiration is Madhusai, who's going to be your kind of introduction, and also the work you're doing. In terms of, I'll let you introduce the institution. You do have a presentation as well, so I'll kind of share that with you shortly. But just, I've not done justice to your excellent institution. So I'll let you talk more about that first, and then we'll bring your presentation in. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kirit. Bye. You can all hear me, right?
Yes, perfect, perfect.
Okay. I think I'll just introduce our institute first. I'm originally from the UK, raised and educated there. And then we've now lived in India for the last 5 years in an organization. It's a massive organization, but our founder is Sri Madhusudan Sai, and he set up India's first free medical college. So the idea behind this is to attract the rural who are not rural people who are not able to afford medical education, because medical education is very expensive and very competitive. So we bring in children through the normal NEET process, and we have 50 medical MBBS seats here, and we educate them. And our motto is in the rural, for the rural, by the rural. So what we want to do is to grow doctors from the rural who are then able to go and serve outside. Now, one of the departments we have as part of our medical college is the pain and mental wellness group. And that department is headed by somebody called Dr. Neeraj Gopinath, who is from Leicester, and he's moved here again 5 years ago. He's had 20 years of experience in the UK in unique field of pain management. And he's brought in a multidisciplinary approach. I've been listening to all the talks just now. And, you know, I think the buzzwords are multidisciplinary, spread the awareness, treat the people who really need to be treated. And that's something that we do because we treat the rural people in every area, including pain and mental wellness, free of cost. So it's a very different concept in India. And there's a lot of people like us who've come from around the world, and we're working here. And I'm not a doctor, but because Dr. Neeraj couldn't come, we just wanted to share, you know, what kind of breakthrough treatments he's had here that works. And he just did a clinic in Leicester a few weeks ago, and he had a queue of people. So you've got this, you know, on one hand, you're all talking about, you know, catching the mental health issues early on, as early as possible, going to the schools. And at the same time, you have in the middle, you know, waiting lists. I think Sandeep said that 6 months, 7 months waiting lists. So what do you do in between? And that's where I think Dr. Neeraj did feel that we need to do something. And he's from Leicester, and he'd come and done the clinics. And I'll share with you what his treatment plan is. But the more important part is that that whole waiting list cannot work in a condition like this. And we need to do something a bit more. Resources, I understand, are often limited. But we have a unique treatment. We are not a profit-making organization. We cannot give everything for charity, but at the same time, we want to help people is number one priority. So how best can we help them at the lowest possible outlay for them? And we are getting patients from the UK to come over here. And I'll share some of the results. And at the end, I'll leave you with a video on how somebody was really helped and what a big difference it made to his lifestyle. We don't see that as just one person. There are how many families involved who get affected by that one person or two people who are suffering from this condition. So we believe in impacting the whole family. As you know, with Indians, we consider ourselves as a world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. But we want to practice here, and that's what we do. So on that note, let me just share with you what this treatment involves, what are the results, and it'll be good for to spread the word out that you can be helped, and we are able to help, and we're open to helping anybody. So let me share the presentation. Okay, you can all see it.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. So the name of the program that Dr. Neeraj has is Precision Health Optimization Program. It sounds like a big buzzword, but even me, who is not a doctor, understands a little bit of it. So let me share that with you. But I can always take questions and then get them answered if they're very clinical questions later on. So we'll cover these are the 5 topics. Overall, what is the definition of health? In this context of mental wellness, autonomous nervous system, how that affects the mental health, aging and trauma, how that affects it, what else in ill health affects, and then what is our program. So on that note, if we go through good health indicators, when you sleep well, you have high energy, you have a lot of resilience, inner calmness, clarity, your health, gut health is good. That's some indicators of good physical and mental health and social well-being. And the most important system that controls this is the autonomous nervous system. And there's 2 parts to that, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. And you can see which aspect affects each of these systems. Energy is affected, resilience is affected, and on the parasympathetic system gives you a lot of calmness, clarity, etc. So it's like a car. The sympathetic system is the accelerator and the parasympathetic is the brakes. So you need those synchronized. So what happens is that aging can cause the imbalance between the two. Sympathetic creates the overactivity, parasympathetic the underactivity. And if you look at the definition of aging, you've got this inflammaging the path to decaying of the body and the cells. And the underlying mechanism that does that is the sympathetic overactivity, which starts in many conditions, hypertension, diabetes, dementia. A lot of those conditions have become more and more common, even at a younger age. And so this sympathetic overactivity accelerates the aging. It doesn't have to be a major trauma that will affect the sympathetic. It can be something like bullying, abuse. I think a lot of examples were given of how somebody feels under those situations, being unkind, anger. That all causes the sympathetic overactivity. So if you look at this autonomic nervous system and you look at all these kind of different conditions, what causes insomnia, digestion, etc., it's affected by this unsynchronized sympathetic and parasympathetic. Sounds very technical, but the common thread is very simple. When you got chronic physical diseases, they do end up having mental health disorders. We do end up having that. And on one side, even cancer. So you're talking about hypertension, Parkinson's, dementia, anxiety, depression, all of these. There's one common thread is the overactivity of the sympathetic system. So what can we do about it? If we look at the parasympathetic, exercise, meditation, mindfulness, breathing exercises, social relationships, diet, and of course the last 2 which we work on a lot is forgiving oneself, gratitude. Those are the areas that can be worked on. But on the sympathetic side, there's very little that can be worked on. And so the answer is this stellate ganglion block. It is available at our institute. I know it's available in a couple of places in the UK, I've heard. Very, very expensive treatments, I think in thousands of pounds for that treatment. And if I had to describe what it is in layman terms, it's an anesthetist, experienced and specially trained one, gives injections in the neck, some delicate area of the neck to slow down the sympathetic system. It is a very high-end skill. And our doctor, we have 2 here who are able to do that. And this is what our hospital looks like. I know I only put this picture up because many people's idea of India is some village back end operation, but we're talking about a grand, and this is just one building. One of Kirit's team has already been here and they've seen everything. So I think they know what we have here. But that was not the, oh gosh, something went, wait. Can you hear?
We can't hear the video. We can't hear it. You've restarted the video.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't hear it.
Bear with me. I'm just trying to move these. Now I
No
can see.
problem. No problem. Just make your slideshow and then be fine.
Yeah, I know. I can't. I'm just, that icon is hidden somewhere and I couldn't find it.
Just
Now I
select on
can.
your, yeah,
I
over.
can. I can now.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you see it?
We can still see your, yeah, now we can, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So this whole program reduces that sympathetic overactivity. On top of that, they also give a whole holistic treatment, which is the psychotherapy for trauma. Some other treatment like the ozone therapy, which reduces the inflammation and the oxidative stress, and a lot of advice on the dietary side, and also on the parasympathetic areas. We live in a very serene environment where you can actually get that holistic treatment. And the current program is, we cannot stop any disease, for example, Parkinson's, but we are able to, we've had success in regressing the advanced Parkinson's and severe dementia. That causes its own issues, as you know, from a mental health perspective, not just for the patient, but the whole family. So, you know, now the studies are going on to see if we can reverse early Parkinson's disease and early dementia as well. So this is an example of one of the patients who came here. I think he came from Mexico. You can see on the left-hand side, that look, glazed look, absolutely no joy in the face, do not want to do anything, that low energy. You can see that. After 4 weeks of treatment, you can see the right-hand side, a different human being. So it was a whole multidisciplinary approach to him with a clinical psychologist, our pain and mental wellness people together with a psychiatrist we had as well. And together they helped this patient. This is the team, just some of them. You know, they're able to treat anxiety, depression, PTSD, ADHD, bipolar. You've heard a lot of, you've seen a lot, and we have got a big success rate. Somebody mentioned addiction as well, and that has been treated as well. We have a video on it. If everything works well, I can show that to you so you can hear from the patient themselves. It was a patient who'd come from the UK. We've served around 200 patients so far. I think out of that, majority we treated for free. And, you know, they've completed the literature, and long-term follow-up of 90 patients is going on. And if you look at the graph, you can see the anxiety scores coming down drastically after a while, yeah? Pre and post stellar ganglion block. So it's a very, very specialized treatment, but it's definitely worth it for many patients. They've published some papers here in various journals on this treatment. So it's credible and it's peer reviewed. The other thing that it also does is helps with these addictions. You know, I've heard many speakers talk about it. And again, addictions do have sympathetic overactivity, and addictions on anything from opioids, alcohol, and the usual other drugs. And again, they've published a paper on this as well. So the idea is that health is the only wealth, as we all know. And, if somebody really needs help and they're able to afford it, and I'm not talking about huge amounts of money, I think you would need probably £2,000 to £5,000 to come and stay with us for 2 to 4 weeks and get treated. And, and all that will go towards helping the rural poor as well. So it's not just a profit-making it's not a profit-making enterprise at all, but a very specialist service that we've given. There's some numbers there if anybody's interested, or somebody's desperate to get help and not wait for 6 months and 10 months, you're able to come here. And, we'll leave. Our Dr. Neeraj always loves to show the wellness part of what he does. And, of course, a plant-based diet, water fasting at least 1 day of the week, and all of these. I'm sure you've all seen these before. 11 and 2 is particularly important for us because most of our people here work for charity, and kindness is way of life for us. So not only do we treat the patient, but they feel that, and that helps them recover quickly as well. And so you can see sympathetic overactivity and trauma, that's the answer, is what he does. And that's a quick one, but what I wanted to see if I can play the video. Can you hear it?
Yes.
The video, we can.
No, the video can't hear.
Can you hear?
No, we can hear you,
No.
but we can't hear the video. Say it again.
How do I do that?
Switch off the screen share, please. Switch off the screen share.
Okay.
Join back again, and when you join the presentation, look at the bottom or bottom left or top right. It will say join audio. You have to click that in, and then it can work. Maybe if you organize that, we can Kirit, we can go to Kit, who wants to say about Tai Chi and Qigong, how it can help mental health. While Shobna, you can keep it ready.
Go on, Keith. Have you got it here?
It's okay. While she's getting it ready. Shobna,
but is it still the share screen?
Yes, you have to find the video you want to play. And then before you share screen, there will be an option to play sound. So you tick that, then you share, so the sound will come. Carry on, take your time. Meanwhile, we'll just go to Keith.
Sure.
Kirit. Keith is our Tai Chi and Qigong lead over here, and he feels that Tai Chi and Qigong helps mental health as well. So over to you, Keith, for next 3-4 minutes, please.
Namaste. Global Namaste, Keith.
Good afternoon and global namaste.
Oh, sorry, Shobna started sharing.
Don't worry.
Not yet.
Can you stop
sympathize with.
Shobna, you are sharing it. Stop it.
Does it work?
Just stop the screen share temporarily. No, you'll have to. Yes, that's it. And wait till. So now you got it ready and join the audio. Okay, Keith, over to you for next 2-3 minutes, and then Shobna will show the video.
Global namaste to everybody. Thanks very much for fitting me in at short notice. I really want to go back to some practicalities on a personal basis, if I may. I hope it won't be too long. And forgive me, I'm not an academic, and therefore I get my words twisted now and again. But my heading is stress and anxiety on a personal basis, which I've now witnessed in many other people. I worked from the age of 15 until I was, for 65 years to earn a living. On a shop floor basis in a marine engineering environment, right the way through to senior management in a variety of areas, particularly overseas and locally. And I worked for about 12 companies following various headhunting activities, but more related to redundancies when I achieved things. As a project manager in many areas, you get to the end of the project and your services are no longer required. However, During the periods of traveling extensively, I obviously had to arrange flights, hotels, and many other things, as well as focusing on the programs of delivery in a time frame that was acceptable to customers. And this was not without stress. Am I going to catch the plane? Am I not going to catch the plane? Am I going to survive the next crash? Everything came into realms of possibilities. However, if I can just relate to my own personal activity, is that several years ago, went out to dinner with some friends, hopefully in their home, I would have a relapse. I would shake, I would freeze, and I'd have to be covered up with a blanket for a number of, well, a couple of hours. I was then treated or examined for potential malaria because of all the countries I've visited. No success in that, so we don't know what it's caused. But looking back, was that stress? And I would say yes. 12 companies working for within multidisciplines, also multi-roles, always challenged to become results orientated, finding solutions across a number of activities and worldwide personnel. Because of my practical knowledge, I could normally find solutions for many things, apart from my own head. I found that by looking for jobs during the month of May, normally when the rape is in the fields, was becoming even more pressurized to try and keep an income coming in. However, this resulted throughout all these years in a lot of commuting away on a Sunday, coming back on a Friday in various places of the UK as well as being away from my wife and daughter, coming home and doing the do-it-yourself activities that I'm practically capable of doing. But then on a Sunday morning, 14th of December, 1997, working out in the front garden, emergency call to the ambulance. 10 minutes later, I was in the ambulance and spent 3 days in ICU. Severe heart attack? Don't know. MI? Yes. Results found through various tests. I did not need surgery. So I relied very heavily on the medical expertise that's around, cardiac help, personnel. But I then found that I could actually relate to many people within the community, particularly in identifying their problems with stress and anxiety related to cardiac problems. After that heart attack, I began to study Tai Chi and Qigong for health and well-being, not martial arts. And I spent 8 years in a martial arts class. I started teaching after 4 and found that many of them, not just physically, but mentally, were suffering. Not being qualified to analyze, assess, or recommend, I just said, I'll share what I have with you and see how it works for you. Many of them couldn't walk. Many of them were on mobility scooters, most of them in severe age. And I've identified it as 3 categories of people. One is where you have social housing, and they're very, very at the bottom area of receiving funds. The middle area, that classed as working class by our government. And then, of course, the senior people who have got several £1,000s to spend. What I'd like to really finish on is really that Tai Chi, and particularly Qigong, have been found to be very successful in many, many programs. Breath work, mindfulness, exercise. I don't go into dietitians. I was brought up in the days of dumplings, various other meals that no longer available. But stress is a killer. stress and anxiety is something we can work on from a young age. And I'm pleased to advise that not only are the activities within the UK progressing, we are seeing harmony between Healing Our Earth, yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, alongside Tai Chi and Qigong for health and wellness. I think it's brilliant. I really do. And listening to those people who are superiorly qualified than I am, please introduce it to the children. Bill Douglas of World Tai Chi Day, a familiar figure on this program, has introduced global activities for the children. Absolutely essential to get it into schools. How can we then prevent as opposed to cure? I have run classes for people with Parkinson's, and I could not believe the effect it has on them. Not a cure, but something that relates to their health and well-being. Cardiac personnel. But in that line, we find that all these activities run a similar path. And that path has led me to now set up a global expert advisory group, because we have reports upon reports upon reports that says Tai Chi and Qigong is good for you. As a solutions man, I am not interested in reading pages and pages and pages of reports. We've just had a fantastically successful, apparently, conference in Harvard, Harvard. I have over 20 pages of reports back on the 3 days of activities. I haven't got time to read it. So I then asked the question, what are the actions? Who is going to provide those actions? When is it going to be done? So the Global Expert Advisory Group, which is likely to be renamed in the not too distant future, is there to advise on medical challenges that can be proven to be benefited by Tai Chi and Qigong. And with that, I think I'm open to questions. Anybody. I apologize if I can't answer them scientifically, but I'm a practical person, as I said, and giving this forum for me, I'd like to thank the team at Healing Our Earth and all the guests that are around. And for you, Kirit, you have an enviable job trying to keep people together. So thank you very much indeed. I hope that's of interest to you.
Thank you, Kit. Wonderful job. Call to action. As you said, you want to see action, and when it happens, we need to move on. So, Shobna, if you are ready, this time join the audio, then share. And when you share and click start, the audio will be heard. We still have got 4 or 5 minutes. So, if you could please kick in your video now, Shobna.
Right.
Find your video.
I have, it's there, but I'm not having any, anyway, let me try this. Can you hear it?
No, we can't. Okay, so don't worry about it. Yes, Shobna, well, you've started. Now let's see if we can hear which video. Make sure that you've joined the audio, okay? No, Shobna, you have, yeah, it's not working. Okay, so before you share anything with the sound, you need to join the audio so we can play that. We'll play it some other time, next time. Wonderful outreach you were sharing with us, Shobna. And you are based in Bangalore, are you?
Correct. In Bangalore, just outside Bangalore, 40 minutes from the international airport in the Nandi Hills. It's a nice scenic place and very, very healing environment where people can come and recuperate. And I just heard the previous speaker about stress, and it's a shame because Kirit, I sent you the video on WhatsApp in case if it's possible for you to play it, it would be good. Is that possible or not really?
So don't worry about it because we're going to move on with so many things. We can play it in other episodes.
Sure.
There will be some
But I
help
think,
towards.
but Shobnaji, you're going to be coming into the UK in June, and we're going to be planning a couple of events, one in Leicester, one in London. So again, really thank you for taking time to join us, share the work, your wonderful work you're doing, and we're going to be connecting next month. So, but stay tuned for the program. And again, thanks to
Thank
Dr.
you.
Nurja as well for supporting as well, because he's been a great inspiration in terms of the work you do and also how we can make it more global as well. So further ado, we'll move it to our next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's welcome Hani, our a regular contributor and a presenter and an anchor who's here at Healing Our Earth, who has got some couple of guests lined up as well, who are going to bring their insight for mental health. A global namaste to you, Hani, and how are you?
A global namaste to everyone, to my whole Healing Our Earth family out there. Just wanted to say I'm very, very excited to be part of this wonderful program. What a wonderful contribution that's been taking place so far. So thank you for sharing such wisdom, knowledge, and helping to transform lives, Neilji. So I'm very, very much looking forward to today's program and, of course, inviting my amazing, amazing special guests.
So, Hani, you used in your head is you were using dancing as stress-free, because dance actually helps people so much, and you feel good because physical exercise makes you feel good, connecting with other people in the groups make you feel good, displaying your art. So how do you currently find time so that mental health is not in your subject?
Well, actually, mental health is connected to every subject, really, because, whether you're in a right fit of mind when you're a mother at home, you need to be in a right frame of mind to bring up your kids. You may need to be, a good teacher, because you need to have the patience to deal with all sorts of different personalities, especially young children. Or if you're a leader, you want to motivate your staff members, you need to make sure they're in the right mindset, for them to be able to be most productive. So you may find that the mindset is very, very important. Mental well-being is very important. And through dance is one of those areas where when you're moving, dancing, you release tension, you release stress. And at the same time, you have endorphins that are being released in your brain. So you have this feel-good factor, this positive feeling factor, natural chemicals that are being released in your body. So I think that dance is also an amazing way, a movement, expressing yourself in some shape or form is a great way for mental well-being.
And Hani, let's dance our way all the way to our radio jockey, Osmola, smiling over here, who today is going to bring the overwhelmed clarity, the power of reflection in challenging times. And the times are very challenging. Please introduce her and carry on with the guest, and let's see what she has got to.
Absolutely. Actually, I have an introduction for her that I have to read, because Shola is one of the most amazing people I've met. I call her my soul sister because we have so many things in common. She's one of the most beautiful angel souls that I know of, because she's just always smiling, always positive. She actually she acts like what she preaches. So in other ways, as whatever she's teaching others, she's always being that way. So I've seen sometimes people say certain things, give advice, which is very easy, but to actually do it yourself is very difficult. Because just saying a few words may be very easy. Oh, you should do this and you should do that. But Shola is one of those ladies who actually everything that she teaches others, she does herself. So I just wanted to do a quick little introduction to this amazing lady. Shola Fiberesima is a transition and transform coach. She's a business strategist, lecturer, speaker, and founder of the Place of Excellence Limited. She's a passionate, she's always been passionate about helping individuals navigate transition, gain clarity, and create intentional change through the power of reflection. She holds degrees, and not just one degree, but she holds degrees in lifelong learning, business and management, and an MSc in career management and coaching. And she's also an associate, she's an associate fellow of the Higher Education Academy as well. Her contribution to, I would say, extended learning has also been recognised by the former UK Prime Minister, Tony Blair. So this lady has been in places, I can tell you. And as a certified 5-lens practitioner, Omosola supports CEOs, founders, senior leaders, and professionals in navigating change, transition, repositioning, and also exit planning, so they can remain relevant, build legacy, and of course, generate wealth. So her strategic work has also contributed to helping grow a 6-figure business within her own education sector that she works in. Now, she's also an author, by the way. It's a book called From Profession to Passion. And I actually am part of that book. So I think I was used as an example in that book. So I was really proud of that. And she's also the creator of the 31-day strategic reflection momentum challenge. Actually, that's something very, very exciting. And that actually empowers people to move from overwhelm to clarity, momentum, and intentional action. So I would like to really, really welcome my dear Omosola. Omosola, global namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Well, I'm so glad to be here. And, yeah, very nice to be here. I've been listening to what's been going on behind the scene, and it's been really exciting. Yeah.
Oh, I'm really, really glad. Well, Omosola, I've had the pleasure of knowing you for quite a few years now. And during that time, we've worked on a few projects, especially developing youth.
Yeah.
And you being a coach and an educator yourself, I just wanted to ask you, based on today's program, how would you define reflection? And why is it especially important, for protecting our mental well-being? And of course, during this overwhelming and challenging times that we live in today. What's your take on that area?
I think personally, reflection is something everybody does. Everybody takes a moment, regardless of whether they want to or not, to think about what has happened. Now, it's taking time to really mull over what you thought about, to make sense of it, is where I would call intentional strategic reflection takes place, because that's where the movement, and I was looking at definitions. My definition is reflection is really looking at the past in order to inform your present, in order to take actions for your future. But I think it ties into what one of the dictionary definitions, it says the process of examining thoughts, feelings, experience, or action in order to learn, gain insight, or improve. So that's the definition of my holistic, looking at it from that point. In terms of our well-being and overwhelm, the thing is, I talked about reflection as something we just do. And sometimes when we don't do it consciously, that is where the overwhelm comes in. That is where you get stuck, because there's so much emotions, there's so much going on, and you're not taking time to process it, and then you get stuck. And instead of, that's where you hide, that's where you get overwhelmed, that's where you get challenged. But when you take reflection as something that you actually can enjoy, and it actually is meaningful, then it helps drive overwhelm and it brings clarity. And then you start to have these internal dialogues with yourself and you start to unpack it. And for me personally, I'll park it there. I think that maybe that's an introduction to the question. Yeah.
It's interesting because, sometimes I find what you just said, you look at your past, you look at your present, you try to develop your future from that, from your experiences. But I think it's also very, very important. The fact that you're feeling overwhelmed is when you're actually focusing on the negative areas, on the fearful aspects of your life at that moment in time, things that are not going to be known for you. What if this happens? What if that happens? You tend to overwhelm yourself with unnecessary thoughts, etc. But if, I've found personally, I'm not sure about you, but I've always found that every time I look at trying to find a solution to a challenge, I will always think, what's the best thing that can happen here? Aha, this could happen. Oh yes, I could have learned a lesson here. Oh, I could have grown in this way from this. It's okay, it's fine. I'm evolving, I'm a human being. It's okay, it's a learning process. So I kind of make myself feel a lot better, and I just push all my thoughts back into the positive side of what's happening in my life. And that's how I tend to reduce all my stress. You know, of course, meditation and other practices are also part of that. But I'll ask you another one. How would you say, you know, some of the emotional, mental, and I would say behavioral signs, what can indicate to you that somebody needs to now pause, they need to reflect, they have to perhaps heal, or, you know, there's something going on in their lives? How do you recognize this? What are the behavioral signs that you notice?
Well, I'll start with myself, because again, you know, you learn from yourself. Some of the things that I recognize is that I can get very agitated, or I can feel, sometimes you even feel tired, you feel anxious, you can be irritable, you know, so all of those signs can indicate that something's wrong somewhere. And it's about looking at it and addressing it. And one thing you said initially was what I was going to say, but I thought, let me park it there, is that's why I have a framework. And that framework is so simple in terms of looking at those behaviors, in terms of what you were saying. And I always say to people, I say three things: growth. Whatever happens, whatever's happening, reflect, stop, growth. What have you learned from it? Growth. What is the growth things? Because as you said, we move towards the negative. We move towards thinking, and I go, okay, let's look at growth. What has worked in this mess? What's making you anxious? What's making you overwhelmed? What's making you, you know, feel uncomfortable, irritable? What's making you tired? And then you look at these things and you go, okay, growth. Maybe I've learned something different about myself. I've learned something of how to handle things. And then you move from growth. I say, okay, what are your achievements? Believe it or not, there are achievements in a situation. And when you take those achievements, but if you don't reflect and think inward, it's very hard for you to really take stock, which is one word I use a lot, in order for you to find out. So those are some of the signs, and they're different for different people. So that's why I start with myself. But really what I've seen is that people are unclear. And I'm not working necessarily with people who, you know, are, you know, at the spectrum of having a real mental breakdown, but it's the fact that you're at work and you can't move beyond where you are. That in itself is a real good sign of, I want to go there. I know where I want to go, but I don't know how to go there. And I say reflection is the bridge between where you are and where you're going. And if you can manage that bridge, then there starts to be progress.
That's amazing. Because you know, sometimes I think to myself, when I was, if you look at little babies, they're always happy and joyful. They're always blissful. They just say, I need some food. I've got a tummy problem. You know, that's it. They just express themselves and that's it. And they're so joyful. They're all happy. And, you know, somebody may be bad to them. They may be crying for 2 minutes and then they forget, you know, that person did that to them. And they carry on playing, you know, all happily. And I find, you know, that a soul spiritually, we are meant to be quite joyful beings, actually. Our natural place is joy. It's just everyday life challenges that are throwing us out of balance at this moment in time, which is now leading us to so many issues like mental care, mental wellness programs that we're having to provide to society members. So, you know, many people experience stress, you know, they anxiety, mental overload, etc. So how do you, with your techniques and your framework that you have, how do you help individuals go from that exhaustion kind of area to clarity, calm, and emotional resilience?
Well, I think, first of all, in an era where we've got so much information, we're in an information overload. Is at the click of a button is there. The first thing I say to people is pause. And you will find out that pause is such a difficult thing. It's easy, it's simple, but sometimes very difficult for people to pause because you think, I'm making myself redundant. Pause. I can't pause. There's so much to do. But what I say is, I say, pause. Take time out. When we take time to pause, it helps us to think. And then I say, take stock. Because sometimes what we're looking for is within. But we keep looking on the outside, more information, and more information. And AI and all the other tools are not helping. in that way because it's at the tick of a button. So I really say pause. And then let's take stock. What is it? Where is it that you're going? What is the missing piece? Let's take time. And I say to people that thinking aloud through journaling is absolutely amazing. Sometimes when we think aloud, we say, well, I don't want to talk to somebody. Think aloud, write things down. I call it mindless flow. Don't have an agenda, just write, because there's so much in us that needs to come out. There's so much in us that is not even necessary. But if you don't start taking stock of what's in through these forms of techniques of journaling, or having conversation, but the starting point really is to pause, because there is so much that we have taken on board because society, because of the fastness, 24 hours, we don't take time to stop.
Yes, I think that reminds me as well, because the organization, the Brahma Kumaris, they have a particular, it's a technique that they suggest to everyone. Every hour, just pause for a minute, just wait, just stop. What have I been doing? How have I been? Have I gone out of balance in this hour? Am I now moving all of a sudden towards overwhelm? So that 1 minute that you're sharing just now, just pause, helps to get them back on track again. Because and the other part you mentioned is about journaling and speaking and sharing, perhaps. Again, you have these various types of EMF, I believe they're called, but your whole body has emotions stuck in it. So all these things that you talk about, like journaling or talking to somebody, helps you to kind of take all those blocked emotions out of your system, and that again helps you to feel much better. Otherwise, it builds up like a pressure cooker within you. So that's absolutely right, and I like this journaling. It helps me actually. I do a lot of journaling, and I have many diaries that has all my journaling in it. It really helps me, because I'm not one of those people who talks a lot about my personal issues, but I like to put it all down in somewhere. So I find journaling really, really helps. I think it's really good. And also, what kind of habits do you think people need to have every day for them to be able to perhaps get back into this balanced state to support their emotional and mental well-being? What kind of habits do you think people should be incorporating in their lives?
I think we've touched on one, which is journaling, because journaling is an art that I think we've for some it's forgotten, because again we use the keyboard, but when you write, you are sending different messages. It's a holistic thing. You're writing, there's a connection between your mind and your hands. So journaling is one thing. I say to people that, when we talk about quiet or pause, sometimes we think we need to have a place. I stopped driving so that I could pause, and I will take the train so that I could have downtime. So there are simple things that we can incorporate, because I don't have time for that. I don't have time for this. But there are simple things. If it's a place you could drive, if it's a place you could take a bus, you are not engaging your whole body. You have time to pause. Taking walks. I love walking. I take walks in the morning. I mean, from COVID, a lot of us had to create forms of exercise. Walking is also something that I recommend. Again, these are things that you could do. I would walk from my house to the shop, but it gives you time to unwind. And I say to people again, connect with yourself. Because I think somehow we've lost connection with ourselves, in the sense that we're either on the radio, there's so much, there's gadgets, everything to engage. So we're not in connection with us. So it's about, who am I? And that's where I tell people to take stock. What have you done today? It's beautiful to have those conversations with oneself in the morning. Choose a time. When do I want to do this? Sometimes, Fridays, what's happened during the week? What prepares me for the next week? So planning also helps us, because when you plan ahead, it helps with the overwhelm, because you can't avoid everything. You can't be in control of everything. But at least if you have some control of something, it is a start. And I say to people that they're so simple that sometimes they're overlooked. It's not in the medical book. It's not, but it's just be in connection with you. Take time to enjoy you.
That sounds amazing. And I think you're right about this overwhelm and plan in advance, because I normally love having my things to do list, and it helps to really organize my brain. And also, you mentioned about walking and spending some time rather than driving, where you have to focus and concentrate. You can just take the train and sit and think. And those kind of simple things that you can do are very useful for you to connect with your inner self. And I find, if you have your own mental well-being that you put as an important thing in your life, you will always find time for it. Because, for example, I like meditation because I know meditation is very useful for me. I will always find time, however busy I am, running from this thing to another thing, but I'll find that half an hour to sit and do my meditation because I know how important it is. And also, when I stop meditating, you see the difference straight away, because you start getting more irritable, you start feeling a bit more frustrated, you're impatient a little bit, so you can feel it within yourself coming up. Whereas normally when you're meditating regularly, you find you become very balanced and you're able to be more resilient to what's happening externally in your life. So absolutely. And you have
no, actually, if you don't mind, there was one thing I really wanted to really put in, which is what you said. It's about habit. Because if we develop a habit, it helps to continue to, like what you were talking about. But habit is the starting point. And then it becomes what you said, a way of life, whichever one you choose to do. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I have salt baths, I have a sea salt bath when I have my thing, at least 2 to 3 times a day, because it's meant to clear your aura. So before I used to keep forgetting all the time, but because I did it over a period of time, I would do it repeatedly. It suddenly became part of my life. So I just use that every 2-3 times a week to just wash yourself with sea salt, and it's meant to actually clear. So whether it works or not, I don't know, but it's a habit like you shared. You have to repeat it many times, and in the initial stages it may be a bit more difficult, but once you've got the habit in place, it gives you many returns, positive returns. And you also have this fantastic 31 days challenge. I recently attended one of your amazing events. That's a once a year event that you hold, and congratulations for that.
Thank you.
It was an awards day. You shared such amazing things. Everybody was just sitting there quietly listening, pin drop silence, because of this amazing information that you were sharing and the inspiring messages that people were sharing on that day. And on that day, you shared something about the 31 days a challenge that you hold. What is that program, and how can people get involved, or what would people benefit by being part of this program? What kind of benefits they receive?
Thank you very much for that. First of all, I'm going to say we are already in May, June. The year is running, and you find out again, that's where overwhelm comes in. People think, oh my gosh, it's May. What have I done? Then you start to panic. You start to think, oh my God. And that's where, as I said, overwhelm comes in. So this 31-day challenge is almost a check-in. What has happened so far? And people will be amazed how much they've achieved without knowing, because the brain is wired in a way to look at the negatives, look at the things that did not work. That's what we focus on. So the 31 day is really for you to come in, take stock. What actually have I achieved? Where have I grown? It's actually coming, it's what I said earlier, being connected with yourself. And sometimes doing things in a community helps more than it would if you do it alone, because there's always somebody championing you. And then, as I said, I wear the hat of a strategist. So let's have a plan. Let's have a plan of what's going on. What are the things? What have you done over the last 6 months? And what are you planning to do over the next 6 months in order to make December the 31st something that you will look back and say, do you know what? I am really, really excited to do this. Now, again, confidence is something that comes alongside when you're overwhelmed, when when anxiety and all those other traits that we've talked about come into play. So this is really about also, which Dr. Honey, you are part of, bringing in experts to talk to different areas of our life, because we're holistic, and I am in no way a professional in all areas. So it's about bringing in professionals from different areas. We have people talk to you about health, people talk to you about all those different areas, so that we can be a holistic person. But most importantly, you are ready for the next 6 months of the year. And as I said, everybody knows where they're going, really. It's that in between, that middle bit. So we deal with your mindset. We ask you those uncomfortable questions, and we also make you confront yourself, but in a friendly environment where you can make the next 6 months the best 6 months.
It's a safe place where
Yes.
you feel understood, you feel heard, and you also feel supported along the way. And of course, when you do the reflection part, I think that was one of the most important things I've ever been through in my life. It was very painful inside sometimes. When you go through these emotions, you're sitting there and I think, yeah, but I behaved like that because of this reason. And then you think, no, because you could have done it this way. And it would have been better, it would have been more harmonious if you had done it this way. So you have those little inner wisdom pointers that come through when you reflect, and that really shapes your personality, your character in such a much more powerful way. But Omosola, I was going to say, thank you so much for joining us here. I know very shortly we're going and moving on to my next guest,
yes,
Emma Dolman. But did you have any final messages, or maybe share how can people find out more about this 31 days challenge? I'm going to be one of the experts coming on one of the days as well to support the group as well, I know. So thank you for that invitation.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share. And one thing that I really wanted to put in there, because we are talking to people in the academic space as well, that I'm so glad that this is something that has been introduced into the curriculum from people starting from foundation. Because in order for them to get through the whole university experience, they've had to reflect. They've had to draw from their strengths. They've had to draw from their challenges. Because it's a whole new shift from working into study, whichever age you are in. So I wanted to say that I'm so pleased that also, which is part of, so it takes me into that academic space where students are also coming to understand themselves more in order for them to move and actually come out with a qualification that they can use because they've come to know themselves better.
Yeah.
And on the 31-day challenge, my name is Omosola Fiberesima, and it's /31-day challenge. You can find out more about that there. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
That's lovely. We did show a little bit of your website anyway while you were discussing. So most people, if you didn't catch that name, you can check the video and our Healing Our Earth program again, and you'll get that information there. And of course, we will be sharing your information in our social media as well. So anybody who may have missed out this time around will be checking it out in the social media. Thank you, Omosola. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say a global namaste. Best of luck with that 31 days challenge. Keep transforming lives and work. Of course, you're a professor in the universities, so congratulations for all the great work you're doing. We now move on to my next guest, who is Emma Dolman. Emma Dolman is an amazing lady who I've known for around 25 years. But this young lady is not just a young lady. She's like a superwoman from what I know. Let me share a little bit of a background about who Emma is. Emma Dolman is a trustee of Summer Plan Meditation UK. She has over 25 years of experience in meditation and personal development. That's when I met her 25 years ago at the Summer Plan event that we first took part in, both of us. She brings a wealth of professional and life experience to her role, combining deep compassion with outstanding leadership and strategic experience. Now, what I would like to share with you is this lady is not just a Summer Plan lady. Emma has been enjoying a distinguished career of more than 35 years as a senior leader within the UK government, where she continues to work on highly complex projects and major national portfolios. She has also completed the prestigious Major Projects Leadership Program at S.A.H.A Business School, which is based in Oxford University. that was designed for senior civil service leaders managing large-scale government initiatives, which is what she does. Academically, Emma holds an MA in geography, a postgraduate degree in land economy, and an MSc in environmental sustainability, reflecting her long-standing interest in people, places, and sustainable development. She's based between Buckinghamshire and Derbyshire. She travels a lot. Emma has in recent years devoted much of her time to caring for her family, especially her 97-year-old aunt as well recently. We've got very similar lives, both of us. And then on top of that, her caring nature, grounded perspective, and commitment to service continue to shape both her personal and professional life. Away from work and community responsibilities, Emma is a passionate animal lover and shares her home with 3 beautiful Siamese cats. And I've met one of them previously, so brilliant. Thank you very much for joining us here today, dear Emma. I think you just need to unmute yourself.
Ah, there we go. Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Today, Emma, you're going to be telling and sharing a little bit about how meditation can be used for mental health and well-being, and of course, sharing some of your forthcoming events, free events that are taking place in places like Oxford University or Cambridge University. People can come along, attend, or you also have a retreat coming up, a 3-day retreat where people can go enjoy a weekend away, reflect, and get some time for reflection. So let's start off with His Holiness, Sri Shiv Kripanand Swamiji. He's coming along here for these special events to run these special meditation workshops. Can you tell us a little bit about his journey and the mission behind what he has in store, what he's trying to do for the world?
Of course, and it's delightful to be here and talking with you, honey, today. So yes, Swamiji has been practicing meditation for many years. He grew up, became a businessman, and he then found himself on a journey into the Himalayas. And he spent 20 years in the Himalayas. He was being passed from teacher to teacher, which if you or I went to the Himalayas, we would never see these teachers there. So as a consequence, he's if you like, he's gained the wisdom, the knowledge, the experience to become enlightened, meditating at a very high level. After completing numerous different teachers that he met, he then felt that, he was at that state of enlightenment and ready to, if you like, settle down in the Himalayas. But oh no, his teacher said, "You're destined for society." And so Swamiji went back into society and back to his where he'd started to put some roots down. And as a result of that, he founded the Samapan meditation. Samapan means to let go, to surrender. And so he brought this ancient practice through a mantra, which is free to everybody. It's not attached to a religion. So although he was born into the Hindu religion and grew up with that, that doesn't form the basis of the meditation, because anybody can do it. It helps you connect to nature. But the most important thing is that it isn't about you focusing on the teacher. It's about the mantra helping you, just like the previous speaker was explaining about finding yourself inside. That's what this does. It connects you to your soul. And so ultimately, you don't need a teacher, because through practicing the meditation, and it's a Kundalini-based meditation, very, very gently, under the auspices, if you like, or the energy of a Satguru, a living guru, which is what Swamiji is, the energy rises at the pace that's right for you, and then you become your own teacher, and you become balanced. But the thing is, you need to keep practicing that. So just like the previous lady had a program for 31 days, Swamiji has always suggested you practice the meditation, if you are interested, for 45 days. And it's like a washing machine cycle. You go through the cycle, things come out, things go in. By the end, you're balanced. If you like it, carry on. If you don't, let it go.
Ah, that's amazing. But Emma, I mean, this is really interesting because, of course, Swamiji talks about the fact that when you do these meditation, it tends to clear you, it starts balancing you. So this mental mental wellness and mental well-being, it doesn't really come in place after then, because automatically you start balancing yourself. That self-reflection and the inner compass that we would have,
Yes.
that's working by itself, where you start being guided by your inner voice, let's call it your soul, some people would say, and that would help you to perhaps steer your life towards a place which is better for you. You make wiser decisions, and the more balanced you are, the better decisions you make. And of course, every decision we make in life is actually shaping our destiny and our future. So that's also very important. So Emma, tell me, with this stress and anxiety and mental overload that's happening nowadays, and it's increasing all over the world right now, what makes Samarpan meditation, different from other meditation practices? And how does it help and support the mental well-being of its practitioners?
So I think, every meditation has great value, and is welcome to be practiced. Samarpan itself, as I've mentioned earlier, it's a Kundalini based, so the energy comes up through the base of your spine to the top of your head. And so when we meditate, we focus on the top of our head, and we recite the mantra, and then we go into silence. And so this meditation, effectively, it connects you to all those other souls across the world. So when Swamiji started the meditation, we started from 0, but now we're in, if you like, 72 different countries. So you can see the spread it's made. Now, by connecting into that helps you become balanced, and it creates that connection, so you become your inner teacher. But it's different in the sense that there are no rules. So there are no do's, no don'ts. So, you're encouraged to practice it every day, because that keeps you clear, like a car with its filters. We've got chakras, some people understand that, but we've got energy centers that need to be cleared, because every time you go to work or you have a conversation, you're picking up different energies from people. So, like having a bath, if you didn't have a bath, you keep getting dirty. You can see that, or you can maybe even smell it. But with meditation, you can't. And so it all gets into your head and into your system, and, creating, illnesses or whatever happens through you mentally, where things block up. So if you practice consistently just this simple meditation each day, you will keep yourself clear. You will know what the right solutions are to your questions and the way through them. And when you face challenges, you've got that resilience, because you've got that energy, and you're holding that energy. You're not giving it out. You're not giving it away. You're not getting raveled up in problems. So it's really, really powerful that you can do this for yourself at no cost, as long as you do it half an hour a day, ideally.
Yeah, it's interesting because you come from an area like a government, working within the government through the Ministry of Defense and various other, very high-profile organizations that you work for and work with. So I just wanted to say that, you, with such a professional background, have welcomed this Samarpan meditation in your life, and you've been practicing this for the last 25 years. Seeing the difference, seeing the transformation that takes place in people's lives, and every person who meditates regularly, you will see it's 100% guaranteed. That we know that, because many people who do this meditation regularly with us, we see the transformation taking place with our own eyes. How do you think we can get this message out to the public? Because I know you have some free events happening. You have Oxford University, you have a Cambridge University event happening in June. Healing Our Earth is supporting that. We're going to be one of the organizations that promoting and supporting these free events. I think Neil G has just come and joined us. Perhaps he would be quite happy to share some of these flyers. And Emma, you can tell us a little bit about these events that are coming up before we move on to our next guests.
Absolutely. So, Swamiji himself, the founder of the meditation, we're very lucky. He travels less these days, and obviously he's got lots more countries to visit. But he is coming here at the beginning of June, and he will be at Cambridge Wolfson College on the 7th, and he'll be at Oxford University at Side Business School on the 18th. Both start early-ish in the morning at 10 a.m. And for a couple of hours, you can hear him talk, and you can then, there'll be an opportunity to ask him questions. Now, this is a fantastic opportunity to both, engage and see what you feel, because Swamiji's always said, this is an intellectual pursuit. So you don't need to persuade anybody of the benefits of this. Just ask them to meditate or listen to one of his talks. Ask the questions, clear your concepts. So everybody's welcome to that. It's a free event. And, we on Eventbrite, I think you've got all the details to share with people if they'd like to come along. And then between the 12th and the 14th, on the Friday to the Sunday, at Eastwood Hall in Nottinghamshire, where we've been before. It's a lovely.
Let me just see if I can play this quick little flyers, for the Oxford University, and see if I can share this here, which Neil and University event happening. Morning. And this oh, hello. Yes, there you go. These are the two events that are happening. What dates are there, please?
They are the 7th in Cambridge on the Sunday. Be there for 9:45. It will last a couple of hours. And then on the 18th, which is a Thursday, again, 9:45 in Oxford. It's right next to the railway station, so very easy to get to. And both of those events are for free, and a fantastic opportunity to just sit back. And if you're curious, if you want to know, it's called, it's all about, finding the inner compass, which is what I was talking about earlier. And then the retreat, I suspect this is coming up through Neil.
Yes.
The website. And can you hear me? Are you okay?
Yes.
This is the website, and when you book on the website, it will come up saying booking, and then I think you've probably got a video somewhere. This is our meditation hall in Nottinghamshire again. Anybody can visit. Here it is. Anybody can visit and meditate.
It's completely free of charge, of course. And of course, everything that they do is always free. But of course, they also have this amazing 12th to 14th of June 2026 event happening. I'm going to be there hosting. And I'm hoping that we can have some of our lovely Healing Our Earth friends as well joining us there, if any of them are coming. But all our Healing Our Earth family members who are out there, this will be an amazing event. I've been to some of those previous ones, and you get a chance to reflect, you get a chance to connect with nature, spend some time by the rivers, by the sea, by the mountains. It's just absolutely beautiful, actually. And it's in a 4-star event as well. So I think that will be absolutely great as well.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you very much, Emma, for joining. Yes.
Thank you, honey. Thank you, Emma. We need to move to India. We have overrun over here. But remember, the Oxford and the Cambridge events are free. You need to register. So just samapanmeditationuk.org. Very simple.
Okay. Can I just make one more comment about the retreat? The retreat does have a cost because it's a fundraiser to continue to develop the ashram site in Nottinghamshire. So that starts around, depending on which suite, which type of room or sharing rooms, it starts at about £500. So just so that you know that. The teaching is for free, but the rest is for the development of the ashram. Thank you.
The retreat is payable, and the other two. Thank you so much. And Neilji, thank you very much for the wonderful slot. I hope our wonderful audience members have enjoyed that. Thank you, Emma, for joining us here. A global namaste.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Ani, time to welcome our Rotarian Lal Gohel, who is there in India. He is our regular producer and a senior host, and he loves organ donation. And he is the founder and a charter president of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. Also runs an outfit called Gyan in India and other activities that he does. A global namaste to you, Rotarian.
Global namaste, Neil Kumar ji.
And what tips have you got to be anti-stress, mental health, no issue problem state?
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank Neil Kumar ji, the Healing Our Earth, my friend Rotarian Kirit Mistry, and all those who are involved in this particular platform that is Healing Our Earth, to create awareness of all different things, because awareness is the key. So, global namaste to you all. Friends, how many of us truly ask ourselves, how am I doing inside? Mental health is not just about illness. It is about emotional well-being, inner strength, hope, and the ability to live life with dignity and purpose. In today's fast-moving world, stress, anxiety, loneliness, depression, and emotional exhaustion are silently affecting millions of people across all age groups. Sadly, many people suffer in silence because they fear judgment or do not know where to seek help. That is why mental health awareness is so important. We must learn to care for ourselves, support those around us, and build a society where seeking help is seen as a sign of courage, not weakness. The theme, for yourself, for someone else, for all of us, reminds us that mental wellness is a shared responsibility, a small act of kindness, a listening ear, a supportive message, or simply asking, are you okay? Can save someone from despair and bring back hope back into their life. Mental health awareness also connects deeply with the spirit of organ donation. As Neil Kumarji says, yes, I am deeply involved in organ donation, so I always link any topic with organ donation. Because organ donation is one of the greatest acts of humanity, giving life, hope, and a second chance to others, even after our own lifetime. Just as mental health awareness encourages us to care for emotional lives, organ donation encourages us to save physical lives. Both teach compassion, empathy, and the importance of standing for humanity. One organ donor can save up to 9 lives. Today, thousands of patients are waiting for organ transplants, while many people around us are silently battling emotional pain. Together, we can create a more caring and compassionate world by promoting both mental wellness and organ donation awareness. Let's
we have
today.
lost your video. Can you please put your video back on? Thank you. Thank you. Carry on.
Yeah.
Video
Sorry.
is on.
Okay. Now is it okay? Visible?
Yeah, we can see you live, happy, bubbly, and without any mental stress at all.
Let's pledge today to speak with kindness, to support one another, to care for mental health, and to inspire society toward the noble cause of organ donation. Because every life matters, every mind matters, every organ donor can save lives. Thank you very much for listening me so patiently. Sorry for the glitch, but now I am going to introduce our very eminent panelists who are there today to discuss on mental health awareness. And I will just see who is there with me. First, Dr. Yeah, I can see, I would like to introduce to you all Professor Dr. Naveen Gupta. Professor Dr. Naveen Gupta is a renowned behavioral scientist and a life coach based at Agra. And his quality, I can say, selfless service. He is running a jail chopal, means he is running in the prison. He is creating awareness because, as you know, the prisoners are facing lots of mental trauma every day, every moment. He is going himself. It's not easy to go to a prison and talking to the prisoners, giving them counseling free of charge, no charges. That is the quality of Professor Dr. Naveen Gupta. So everything now, mic is with you, platform is with you. Professor Dr. Naveen Gupta on mental health awareness. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lal Goel, for your kind words and the very warm welcome. And the topic which you have taken is really, really very, very important, very, very significant. because the mental health has become a pandemic. What can be done? I would like to quote a very recent case of Agra, city of Taj Mahal. An income tax officer, he committed suicide. For a news media, it is just a news, sensational news. For a police, it is a crime. For the public, it is just a matter of discussion. But as a psychologist, I try to find out the reasons, what is the reason behind it. So I could find out that his elder brother also committed suicide. Then I could also learn that he was going through the medicines, psychiatric medicines. And there was a lot of dispute in the family between husband and wife. So I could understand that then it may be a case of the schizophrenia. If such type of awareness in the society can be created, such type of cases, then what can be done? When you talk about when we talk about the mental health, as WHO also say, health is not the only absence of the disease, but physical as well as mental health. So traditionally, we classify all kind of the mental health into two categories. The one is the psychotic, another is neurotic. The psychotic I would like to touch. In most of the cases, the origin is genetic uploaded. They have no contact with the reality. Hence, insight is also very, very low, maybe the zero. They need the medicines, of course. They are having the hallucination, delusions, and all that. So, psychiatric medicines, the role is very, very important for the psychotic patient. But what can be done through the counseling? Only a behavioral and social skills. There might be a little bit change in his behavior, and the behavior can be controlled in case of bipolar. And then it depends on a degree also. Then the psychoeducation to the family is very, very important. What you are doing, Mr. Lal Goel, you are doing really a good work. We need to create awareness. Last year I was in London, so there were a lot of hoardings. Talk about your mental health, talk about your mental health. But in India, still it is a stigma. We cannot talk. And because of the stigma, such type of cases like psychotic cases, they create havoc, problem in the society as well as in the family also, and there's no proper treatment given to them. When I discuss about the neurotic, after the COVID maybe, or during this world war going throughout the world, so now day by day, we cannot do anything. We can talk about the lifestyle may be responsible, environment may be responsible. So whatever may be the reason, but we need to talk now because bus has missed. We need to talk about mental health. So neurotic cases, when we talk about, so this is the mild cases of the mental health, and the origin is stress. So stress is what? Stress or anxiety. Stress and anxiety just like a rubber band. The more you pull, if the quality of rubber is good, then you can scratch as much as you can. You can pull it. But if the quality of the rubber is very poor, then it will break. Now it all depends on the immunity. Unfortunately, we talk about the lot of immunization, about physical health, medical health, but we don't talk much about the psychological immunization. So there are few steps to be taken because, again, I repeat, in psychotic cases like schizophrenia, bipolar, we cannot do much, but manageable. Bipolar depression is manageable. So, but in neurotic case, if we don't take the proper psychological intervention, then they can be also converted. So we need to take care during this discussion, we need to talk more about the neurotic cases. The first step to be, as the psychologists say, that we keep on thinking at least 62,000 times in a day. So we ask the client that you please record your thoughts of 1 hour. And I use IIRC model. What is this IIRC model? Just then you can categorize them. How many thoughts are of intrusive nature? Intrusive nature matlab means which we cannot share with anyone. We cannot talk. And we feel these are very, very shameful thoughts. So please just note down, we encourage the client. Then we ask them just to categorize them, how many thoughts are irrational and then rational. And since we have learned coping statement, coping mechanism since our childhood, depend on the culture, also different culture or religion and spiritualism also. So then you can categorize, then you can write down, you can design your own coping statements, how you can manage. The another steps to be followed, I used to call two window theory during my therapy. So two window therapy, there are two window, one window, red window, which is locked from the outside. So you cannot open it. Like you talk about the war between America, Israel, Ukraine, Russia, we cannot do much also. But that can produce the anxiety. Or virus, COVID virus, so we cannot do. External factor, government policies changes, Trump policies are changing, tariffs are changing, we cannot do nothing. So only the window which is locked from inside, that is the green window, I can only work on that. So I need to go through, I need to use this some psychometric test also, or you can go for the swadhyay like in Sanskrit, or introspection. What is the kind of attitude I have? Is the attitude is a barrier or creating problem for my mental health? What is the way of how I perceive the things? Then my habits. If my habits are negative habits, I need to work with the help of the therapist, how this can be changed. So we cannot talk much in detail about the changing, how the change can be possible. Then lifestyle, then your routine, exercise, what you do in the self-help. So these things can be very, very helpful to develop your immunity and to check the neurotic problems. The third steps may be three-finger theory. This is the law of the nature. When I finger out towards someone, I have mental health issues because of someone. Please, I help the client. Please look at the three finger and go for the introspection. How much I am responsible? So you will find 75% you are only responsible for your mental health. Please identify and work on it. Then we help them how they can work. The another method, next method may be self-talk. Neuro-linguistic psychology, this is based what kind of a talk I have for within myself. As I would like to repeat again, we have this 62,000 thoughts in our mind. So is it like what kind of a personalizing, blaming myself, magnifying, catastrophizing, polarizing, where you stand, and then how can we change? Then we encourage him to create this self-awareness, maybe through the H.A analysis. Here we can use the Johari window also, but I use H.A analysis. H stands for hope, because if there is no hope, if there is no purpose, what the Japanese used to call ikigai. So if there is no purpose in the life, then of course he maybe slip gradually into depression. So we encourage him to please write down what is the purpose, or if he's not able to find out the purpose or hope in the life, we help him. This is the role of a therapist. Then we ask them to write down the areas of improvement where he has to work. Like maybe he has got anger issues, how it can be handled. He may be having interpersonal relationship issues. He may be having behavioral competency issues. He may be having lot of so many issues which create trouble in the office as well as with the spouse also. So we just help them. We use the psychometric techniques also. I have designed a tool, Discovery of Self, that also speaks, because when you find the problem with the husband or wife, so this is really very, very helpful. Then we ask them just to enhance their self-esteem, or where we can work on, just please write down about your strength also. We encourage, identify, introspect at least 25 strengths within yourself. Then the next step we follow, behavior experiment. Identify your fears and face them, like Winston Churchill. He used to write down his own fears. To just write down your own fears, then we give ERP, exposure prevention response. We just identify and then face them, like in the case of the phobia. That is a phobia, we all know it is an irrational fear. So we give them, then we encourage him about the explore your core belief system. Where are the thinking errors? What do you feel about yourself? I am a failure, I am a loser, I am worthless, I am not lovable. If this is the kind of a thought, then during the session, during the therapy, we encourage him to change the thought and replace with the positive one. Then the role of the hormones are very, very important. So we ask him, check the dose of your DOS, DOSC. DOS means D stand for dopamine. And we ask him, can I get yes, on a scale of 0 to 10, where you stand and how you can increase. Yes, of course, we are too much dependent on the synthetic products, so we go for the medicine for each and everything. But from very, very simple ways, you can produce yourself the hormones, like hormones of dopamine, like keep a positive attitude. How you can keep a positive attitude, we just tell him, we encourage how you can do, and we help them during the counseling session. Keep a positive attitude, laugh loudly. How you can develop them. Listen to music you like, then do something creative. Eat proteins, banana, green vegetables. These are very, very simple things. If we are not able to do that, then we have to go for the medicines. Your medicines are also available. Choice is yours. Then we ask him, DOSC, dose, oxytocin. How you can produce, then again, very, very simple way, you can produce the oxytocin also. Keep company of people whom you love. But now we are in the era of the social media and everything. Yes, of course, there are advantages, Facebook and all that. So I used to ask only in Hindi, char log talaso and taraso. You need only 4 people. Just invest time, identify, nurture them. That will enhance your oxytocin hormones. Keep company of people whom you love, laugh together, hug your friends, parents, partner, children, and pets. Massage yourself, do some adventure. That can only and only produce your oxytocin. Otherwise, otherwise you need to go for the medicines. Lal Saab, I think.
Yes,
yeah, very short. Serotonin. Then we have to talk about the serotonin, how you can produce, spend time in sunlight, walk briskly and do regular exercise, eat dry fruits, reduce the level of sugar. I'll go a little bit fast. The endorphins, which is responsible for hormones of relieving pain. Walk briskly, stay in clean and fresh air, help others, check your ECG. Empathy, compassion, and gratitude. And I think, thank you very much. So I'll join you later. Yeah.
Professor Dr. Gupta, thank you very much. But today's time when we are meeting on Zoom, how hugs are possible, I don't know. Our Honorable Prime Minister also said work from home, do all this online thing. So, but I'm sure there should be some new inventions for where we will be, although we will be missing those hugs or the the company of our friends, because work from home or even the education nowadays going from home, there might be some things which new research will come and give. But thank you very much for giving such a nice and very elaborate ideas about the mental health awareness. Thank you very much. If we will have time, we will definitely take you in the next session. Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. Now I would like to introduce and welcome my next panelist guest, and she is Miss Pallavi Kashyap. Miss Pallavi Kashyap is a renowned mindset coach, mental health therapist, and a pranic healer based at Kota. Miss Pallavi Kashyap, you have heard what our earlier panelist has mentioned. We would like to know from you your views on mental health awareness. Miss Pallavi Kashyap, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I would love to talk about mental health. And thank you to everyone who is listening here. And I think Naveen sir has given a lot of detail about, all kind of hormone disbalances and other things which happen. Oh, fine, sorry. So it was just, I could not see sir, so I felt how is the screen has gone in that direction. Anyway, so Naveen sir has given a lot of description. So I would rather say that rather than going into all that, because it will become repetitive when we talk about mental health and healing and everything, I would just request, let's this be an opportunity to understand, and how young generation can understand that mental health is required, and mental health is not just about mind. We all know that, what is a young generation going through nowadays? Social media, and then starts what others are doing and what I am doing. This kind of internal comparison starts, and they don't understand. They start feeling that only if they run towards that, they show that something is happening in my life also, then only things are achieved, right? And they come to a stand where they feel lost, they feel alone, they feel what next. So let's understand with a little bit of of a sort of fun activity. So I would just say, rather than understanding mental health, let's all close our eyes. Just let's do it together. Close our eyes, relax yourself completely. Just relax yourself. Just close your eyes, relax. Don't think of anything. I would just request everybody, don't think of anything. Just breathe in, breathe out. Relax, don't think. Clear your thought. Feel that you are very, very relaxed. And please do not think of pink elephant. Not at all. You should not be seeing pink elephant, not the pink elephant's tail, not its trunk. Do not see the pink elephant moving. Not at all. Please, please, please do not see the pink elephant. I would like you to just open your eyes. How many of us did not hear pink elephant, did not imagine pink elephant? How many of us did not give even 1% of weightage to pink elephant? If any one of us would have been here, we would not be relating to pink elephant. See, we just need to understand, and we need to make the new generation understand that these are all noises. The first instruction was, do not think, relax. But we went through noises, and that's reality. We have to understand. Our body, our surrounding, everything is filled with noise. Look at yourself. What is not giving you some kind of talk? Our dress talks, our watch talks, our brain talks, everything. So I would say mental health is not just mind. As Lal sir mentioned this in the beginning itself, it's not just mind. I would say BEAT, BEET. It's about body, it's about energy, it's about emotion, and it's about thought. And we can start working on it just from reverse order. If we start with our thought, As Naveen sir has already mentioned, that 62,000 thoughts go on in our mind every day, every moment we are. Now we need to understand what kind of thoughts get stuck to us. Why we are talking about thoughts first? Because we can realize if we start talking at this point, if we start saying, try and recall some time when you were sad, when you felt like failure, when you are worried about future, when you thought, why is this happening to me? What can I do better? Am I good enough? Why am I angry? I am just irritated. All these talks, what is it giving to you? All these thoughts, what is it giving to you? Is it giving smile? Is it giving happiness? No. It will just go into your mind, thought, it will make it heavy. So that is why thoughts. Now just flip these thoughts. Like if you try and recall happy moment of your life, joy, when you were relaxed, when you were with your friends, enjoying, when you were having a wonderful, maybe a dinner time, maybe when you had a laughter. Now, mentioning these things make you go into moment which were good. This is how thoughts affect. A good thought puts you into good energy. A bad thought moves you into your mental health, going into a direction of stress, anxiety, depression. And why we are talking that what all these does. Now thoughts change into emotion, right? If we start thinking about something bad, we will not understand when we have gone into a state where we might, and it would have happened with many of us, we don't know what we were thinking, and then we suddenly started crying or suddenly became very emotional. So that is why thoughts create emotions. So on the first step, if you are able to capture this circuit, I always say it's a circuit in our body. So you can manage your emotions. If you could not manage that, emotion create energy. And that is where we come into that state where we need to understand energy. Now, why I would say energy, because by I being from the pranic healing background too, and as a pranic healer since last almost 14 years, what I have seen is in our bodies, and this yoga sutras and everything tell us that our body is made of chakras. So every chakra, what is the energy in that chakra affects our organs, affects our part of the body. So we need to understand thoughts, emotion, energy. Now, what this can do? This can do a severe effect on our health, not just mental, but physical health too. Now, what is required? Healing and awareness. Now, what is healing and what is awareness? See, healing is as simple as knowing that what my thoughts are going on and working on it daily. Now, awareness can be of n number of kinds. I was just hearing one of the speakers just before this session. She was talking about meditation. Why meditation is required? And it is not that meditation means that you have to sit for an hour or so and, just get lost into some other world. No. Meditation simply means getting connected to your inner sound. I would mention inner sound. Why? Because if we go deep, definitely there's not much time for this, but if we go deep into the kind of sounds, alpha, delta, beta, etc., you will all get to know that meditation always puts us in that kind of category, in that kind of sound, inner sound, which actually balances all our hormones, all our stress levels. Even if you go with the sound of the meditation, the sound is on that kind of hertz which makes you relax. If you just listen to that sound. So that works on your energy. And why we are talking about energy? Because we need to understand whatever emotion we always be into, like you would have friends. Those friends would have always be in certain emotion, and you would have, jokingly named them also. Why? It becomes your pattern, your identity. Now, if you go into an energy and you are into a pattern, that pattern needs to be broken.
If that pattern is not broken, your identity will become that. So if you are going into a thought process, negative thinking state, you will start becoming a person who keeps thinking negative. So we need to break that pattern. How can we break this pattern? In fun game way also we can break this pattern. I would just like to ask all of you, if in your own room, right, in your own room, if we blindfold you, the room which you have always, slept or stayed in, if we blindfold you, will you have difficulty in roaming around in that room? Will you have difficulty in going to the washroom attached to that room? You will not. Why? Because we need to understand, because we have actually gone through that pattern so many times that our body has memorized that pattern. That is called body memory. Before it reaches body, we need to work on that. And that is the thing we can do playfully. Like most of us, if we are right-handed here, we would be using right hand to write. We would be using right hand to brush. We would be using right hand even when we are buttoning our shirts and everything. Why can't we play with it? Just use your left hand. Do something different. What you are doing. Playfully, we can teach this to children. They are breaking the patterns. If they are breaking the patterns, they are breaking internally. If we go deep into it, they are breaking the habit which is not good for them. So they are learning how to break the pattern. So that becomes a place where energy, your identity does not stick to that one emotion which you have been there for long term. And that is why most of you will connect to this, that it is required that your inner child is healed. Why we say inner child is healed? We all talk about trauma and inner child. Trauma is not something big happening in your life. If somebody starts telling you every day you are good for nothing, it is the biggest trauma of your life. If somebody starts telling you, oh, you are very mature, you should not do anything silly, that is also the biggest trauma. You will stop being funny, you will stop being relaxed. So trauma is even the slightest thought which has gone into you so much that your inner child is burdened with that trauma. And that is where the healing works, the meditation works, the relaxation works, where you are able to flush that stress, that anxiety. Now, with energy, we come to body. Why body? If you are experiencing any kind of disturbance in your body, I would say any kind of disease, even if you have slightest pain. The word disease itself is very wonderful. It's dis-ease, means you have somewhere lost your ease. You have somewhere not paid attention that your ease is missing out. So that becomes dis-ease. So if you are even having a slightest pain in your body, I'm not going towards bigger emotions, because bigger ailments, because any ailment you talk about, any ailment means there has been some concrete thought process which has not been good for you, but you have been carrying those thought process for long, and that has now turned into disease. Turned into disease means your body is shouting and saying, please help, please take care. So that is where body comes into picture. It is reflection, and that can be worked upon if you start listening to your body. Simply listening to your body, and simply listening to your body means being connected to yourself, and that is what mental health awareness helps into and pranic healing helps into. So I would just say, and I know it is a time constraint, so I would just say, why not say to ourselves, positive reflection to ourselves? Because if we work on BEET, that is the beat, body, emotions, energy, and thoughts, in a fun, loving way, we can have a wonderful, wonderful inner child, happy inner child, and that inner child can give us happy adult, happy, any kind of in any kind of situation or in any kind of environment. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pallavi, for making us a inner child, a small child, and you have given the about the pink elephant. I was also concentrating that I should not think about pink elephant at all. So thank you very much. Time constant. That's why otherwise it's a, I know that with you, we have done an earlier session also. It's a really memorable one. Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Dr. Rashi Agrawal, MD. She is a renowned psychiatrist based at Meerut. And Dr. Rashi Agrawal, although she says she doesn't want to mention, but I would like to mention that she is a medical influencer. At the present time, everybody talk about social media and the influencers. So she is a medical influencer. Dr. Rashi Agrawal, you have heard about our earlier panelists. Now we would like to know from you the mental health awareness. Dr. Rashi Agrawal, please. Please unmute. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. So thank you so much, first of all, for having me here. It is a privilege again to talk on matters which actually matter. Good evening, everyone, and for a very insightful, I would say very in depth about their own expertise. Obviously, I come from a medical background and I am a psychiatrist, so I would like to talk about that only. Considering we are talking about mental health every day, and we are seeing how exponentially the problems are increasing. And every day in the newspaper, we are hearing something or the another, and we keep talking about it, and we still wonder, why is this happening? Why is this change happening? Why is everybody so troubled these days? So I would feel in this sense that the world is progressing at a state and a mind and body is unable to keep up with it. So everybody is running around trying to just catch up, trying to just make sense of what is happening around them. This is little problematic because why we feel that we are failing, which we are actually not. The world is going at a pace and we feel that we are lacking somewhere. Why am I unable to do this? But the actual question arises here. Were we actually meant to do this much? Were we meant to excel in XYZ things? Were we also meant to take care of the household chores, excel outside, do a lot of gardening, do skincare, have good sleep, then exercise also to survive? There is just 24 hours in a day. And a lot of professionals, a lot of young people come up with these complaints and they come and tell us that, how do I fit this into my routine? This is stressing me out that I cannot do everything. So we need to start reevaluating, start slowing down also somewhere and realizing, do I need to do everything? Is it required for me to do everything? Can I do everything? Because if we start chasing everything every day, there is a very high chance of burnout. And that is where the actual problem starts arising. Why? Because then I'm tired, I am fatigued. So even if I am not able to do one or two tasks also nicely, which I was supposed to do. So ultimately, we are just heading towards a great burnout, which millennials all over the world are facing because we try to do everything at once. In this sense, I would say the newer generation, Gen Z, they are a little bit more aware of their needs. They have better boundary settings. They know how to say no. They don't take up more on their plate until and unless it is necessary. So yes, in that sense, the generations are realizing that not everything needs your attention all the time and how to switch off also. Going back to the mental health issue, I do not think there is an off button here. So we cannot switch off. Even if I want to feel that, okay, it's a lot, I'm feeling overwhelmed, there's no way I can switch off myself. If things around me and inside me, if they are so overwhelming, it is difficult for me to start switching off and be like, okay, I'll deal with this later. A lot of people don't even have that privilege to step away from situations that are stressing them out. So all in all, let's just start prioritizing what we need to do, how we need to do it. Making a list, scheduling your programs, or just basically having a list of, okay, this is what I can tend to right now, or something that I can tend to later. I'm not saying that we should not do anything, we should pause, or we should just let things be. But let's schedule and prioritize better. In this very, very fast paced world, let's try to relax it here, because ultimately, what is anxiety? Anxiety is this functioning faster, your heartbeat functioning faster than it actually needs to be. So slow down, reset, let your body go into that kind of feeling that, okay, I'm not missing out on anything. Only then we can somehow start tackling the mental health issues, because we are nowhere near even balancing, treating, or preventing them. We are just at the very, very, I was just sitting on a pot which is about to explode with these mental health issues all over the world. So, everybody listening, prioritize yourself. Take your mental health seriously. It is a priority, and your mind and body, both of them are connected. They work in sync completely. So, when you feel better here, your physically body starts responding better. And if you do physical exercise and take care of your body, ultimately your mind starts catching up and you start feeling better there also. So, completely in saying, take care of your physical and mental health well being, because it is necessary. We have just this body to take us forward, nothing else. All the materialistic things are just here to give us temporary pleasure. Only and only this body is going to take us anywhere in life. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashi Agarwal, for giving your views and to synchronize the way you have mentioned. Although I know that's very, very difficult. It's not easy to synchronize. So many thoughts are coming, good thoughts, bad thoughts, and people are lured to go for those. And they are feeling sometimes like a small example. I would like to eat gulab jamun. Now my thought says that yes, I must take gulab jamun, but I am not worried about my body. So I must synchronize with my body, whether my body is ready for this gulab jamun or not. Thank you very much. I'm sure your views, which we have expressed, and other earlier panelist views, are going to benefit the global people who are listening and watching our program, because this program of Healing of Earth goes to different countries on different social media platforms. So thank you very much. Now, I would like to introduce my last but not the least panelist guest, and he's Acharya Sri Shivam. Acharya Sri Shivam is the Dean of MIT Group of Institutions. He's the Director of Spiritual, Mental Well-being and Consciousness, and he's based at Pune. Acharya Sri Shivam, you have heard our earlier panelists. We would like to know from you your views, because you are dealing with so many students every day. Your university is so huge. I have visited myself personally that university. So we would like to know from you your views on the mental health awareness. Acharya Sri Shivam, please.
Namaste and warm welcome. I'm so happy and delighted to see everyone on this beautiful platform. And today, as I am invited in this mental health awareness, so today's topic is from mental struggle to inner balance. But before I begin my today's talk, I would like to share my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Lal Goyalji and the entire team for creating this meaningful space for mental health awareness. And we really need these kind of space to create awareness. And especially in today's world, we see so many wars happening and unprecedented time, and conversation like these are no longer optional. They are very, very necessary. So today we are more connected than ever through technology. I have never ever imagined in my life that I'm sitting in India and I'm talking to someone who's not in India. Yet many people feel deeply disconnected within themselves at the same time. So technology has improved, but what about us? So when I see students, when I meet a lot of people, I see a disconnection. And what kind of disconnection is? In Sanskrit, there is a term, manassekam, vachassekam, karmannekam, mahatma. So when your mind, body, and spirit are not aligned, then there is a sense of disorientation in your whole being. And that kind of disorientation, that kind of disconnection, I see. So many people are functionally, they look very normal on the outside. They have very smiling faces, they look very happy. While deep down, what I've seen is silently, they're struggling inside. And they don't want to disclose this because the fear of judgment, what others will say. And perhaps that is why mental health has become one of the most important conversation of our time. We have advanced in science, medicine, communication. I remember when Mr. Lalu invited me for this World Earth Day. We talked a lot on medicine, we talk a lot on science. So we have advanced all these things. We are best in communication. We have everything, almost everything. But what about inwardly? Inwardly, stress, anxiety, emotional exhaustion, and loneliness are increasing across the world. Isn't this irony? So this gives me goosebumps and surprise at the same time. We have learned how to extend life, but not always how to experience life deeply. Somewhere the human being has become externally so busy. Whenever you call someone, they say, I'm very super busy. I don't know where are they busy, but they say busy. But internally, everybody's tired. Almost everybody's tired. And I feel mental health is not only about treating breakdowns, because there is a misconception that I'm not feeling okay, I'm depressed, let me go to a psychologist, let me treat myself. So they think mental health is this much only. So mental health is not only about treating breakdowns. It is also about learning how to live in inner balance. That balance is missing. So how to live in inner balance before breakdown happens? If we understand how to live in the balance, in Sanskrit, we call it sadhana. Our ancient Rishi Munis, they were scientists. I call them spiritual scientists because they have gone through sadhana. Sadhana is something, when you are a sadhak is the balanced person. When you are totally aligned, when you are totally balanced, when you know how to deal with each and everything in 24 hours. So in older traditions of healing, prevention was considered deeper than cure. And the intention was not only to treat illness, but to create a way of living. We have forgotten that. Where well-being naturally flowers. That kind of sampada we had in our golden age. And recently, I would like to just share this story. Recently, I met someone who was a very big person with a lot of big luxurious cars and a big bungalow and everything. So that guy said, I have achievement. I have my family, a huge family. My business is going well. And everything is perfect around me. But I do not remember the last time I truly felt peaceful and happy. Because peace and happiness has no relationship with how much bank balance you carry. And I realized this is not one person's struggle anymore. This is becoming the silent reality. Almost everyone. And the silent reality of humanity is they are lonely. They want someone. Because they have not experienced something beyond this. People are carrying pressure constantly. And what kind of pressure? To succeed. They're so ambitious. I have to do a lot of things. I have to succeed in life. That is good. They try to appear so strong. And there is a saying, boys don't cry. When I have seen many boys, when they cry, their parents say, why are you behaving like a girl? Why are you crying? So this kind of treatment gives you mentally, they make you weak. And to appear strong, then you do everything. And there is a misconception that you have to keep moving, you have to keep proving yourself. So this is wrong, absolutely wrong. But very few people are taught how to simply be with themselves. Nobody's talking about this, how to live with yourself, how to stay connected within, how to be with yourself. So today, research across the world increasingly shows, I've gone through this research, and world increasingly shows that chronic stress, emotional overload, and lack of inner rest affect not only the mind, but also the body and relationships. If you have any stress, it will definitely affect your body. You just take any kind of stress, immediately you have to go to washroom because your gut is saying something is not okay. When you are in so much anxiety and pain, mental pain, you feel like vomiting. Why? Because body has its own mechanism. And then your behavior becomes very hanky-panky. And you treat people very differently. And that is how you create very bad relationship. And then we are master in blocking people. I don't want to talk to you. And then again, after 2 days, we say, sorry, I was not in a different, I was in a different shape. And I really feel sorry about this. So this kind of situation is happening in our lives. So at the same time, studies are also exploring the dimension of how meditation, mindful awareness, experiencing silence and conscious breathing can positively support your emotional well-being and mental clarity. So this is what we also do in our university with students, because this is the real asset of our culture. And this can help you bring the mental clarity. And whether you want to achieve anything in the whole world, if you are confused, if your mind is confused, then you can't do anything. So I deeply respect doctors, therapists, psychologists, and all those working in the field of healing. And I especially appreciate the humanitarian work of organ donation foundations, because at the heart of healing is compassion. Meditation is not a replacement for medical care or therapy. That is there. But it can become a powerful support system for inner balance, self-awareness, and emotional stability. So, in my understanding, mental health is not only the absence of disorder, it is the presence of inner harmony. Because if the mind is constantly restless, the body eventually carries that burden. In Sanskrit, there is a shlok, Gate shoko na gantavyo, bhavishyam naiva chintayet, vartamanena kalena vartayanti vichakshana. So it means we are constantly moving in the past or in the future, but we have forgotten to live in the present moment. And unless we start living in the present moment, we will always be confused. But we rarely sit silently with our own mind, because something starts happening. तो मन में भाव आने लगता है कि मैं क्यों बैठूं, ये तो बहुत बोरिंग काम है. Why should I sit? These are for losers, those who want to run away from life. They sit and do meditation. Why should I do that? So this is not for losers. This is for the ones who have billionaire mindset. It's a luxury. No government can tax in this GDP era in which we are living with inflation. This is the real luxury. This is the real asset. So living with a constantly restless mind, what are you going to achieve in your life? The body eventually carries that burden. We take care of our devices. We have all the best gadgets. We know when to charge on time, when to buy cloud, when to delete the unnecessary stuff. We take care of our careers. We take care of our social image. Everybody's social profile is so beautiful, no matter what they are in real life. But we rarely sit silently with our own mind. Perhaps a human being does not only need information, perhaps a human being also needs silence. And a silent mind is not empty. Don't underestimate someone who's totally blank and silent. They're not empty. A silent mind is healing. They have the capacity. If you go near them, you can feel that energy. You can feel that power, because they have accumulated something extraordinary, because they are connected with the nature, because they are connected with the universe. And this existence, when you are aligned with this existence, you gain tremendous energy, you gain tremendous power. So many people are watching us. I've shared this link with so many people in my community as well. So maybe 1,000 people are watching us. So we have had enough discussion. I want some few moments. If you all are agree, then we can have some glimpse of something which is unexplored, something which we have discussed, and something which is of immense value. So if you feel that we should spend 2-3 minutes or 4-5 minutes to experience something, then please type yes in the chat box. Then I can guide you for this.
Please go ahead. You've got 3 minutes. Over.
Great. So very gently, please, everyone, close your eyes. Inhale and exhale. And just drop all the baggage. Any thought, anything you have in your mind, just let go for a moment. Bring your awareness to your breath and simply observe your breath. Coming in, going out. No need to control anything. Just become one with your breath and let your mind settle. This simple awareness can become the beginning of inner healing. Inhale and exhale, gently and deeply. Gently rub your both the palms. Put it on your face. Feel the warmth. And gently, with a smile, open your eyes. And let's share this smile with everyone, whomsoever is watching. And let's share this smile, because smile is very contagious. And this is what we really need. So this is what I explored through my gatherings and in my weekly gatherings also when I host on Zoom. And I believe that meditation, mindfulness, awareness especially is very, very important. And this is not a belief system, but it's an experience. And this is a space where people can slow down, become aware, sit in silence, and reconnect with themselves. ये बहुत important है भाई. This is very important. You have to connect, because sometimes healing begins the moment we stop running from ourselves. Everybody's running. Everybody's running. And when you ask them where you want to reach, they don't know the answer. So because the answer is here and you're searching there. So a healthy society will not be created by medicine alone. It will also be created by conscious, compassionate, and inwardly balanced human beings. So with this, I end my today's talk. And if we have 30 seconds, I would like to show some work in the form of newsletter. So please allow 30 seconds to me. And is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
So this is the newsletter, the work which we have done. And recently I have written one book and this got launched. And the Zoom sessions which we do in our journey dialogues. So the topic was like every week we have a different topic. So last topic was why do we resist? What is? And then we have done Om chanting for 21 days. It gave really very nice experience. Also, we are into social cause. So we do this Bal book serving the divine activity in which we nourish underprivileged children. Then I was invited for various Asia Economic Dialogues, Gram Sansad, and the business conference where I promoted world health and conscious leadership, how to quiet the mind, reconnect within, experience inner balance. Then on World Health Day, I was invited by Mr. Lal for the global session. It was also one of the beautiful sessions I've done. So we talked about holistic well-being, inner awareness as a foundation for health, practical ways to live consciously. And recently we did a retreat in Rishikesh with Brazilian group, and we talked about Kashmir Shaivism, one of the ancient granth of our culture. And the messages: return to self, silence without effort, connection beyond words. And then for 2 weeks I was in Malaysia, and recently I'm back to India. And it was Sadhana Shibiram in Malaysia, and it was supported by my university. Yeah. And recently I was awarded by House of Lords, London, Power Leader for Wellness Award. And all right, so this is it. And these are the testimonials and what next. These are the programs. And if you wish to connect, so this is it. So
thank you very much, Acharya Shivam, for giving in detail about your programs, your thoughts, and everything. I am sure today's program is quite enlightening. Now, if any questions from any of the panelists, please feel free to ask, although time is already exceeded, but yes, I am sure that everyone is waiting. So if any questions, Mr. Neil Kumar or Mr. Kirit?
Thank you. Thank you, Rotary and Lal Goyal. Thank you for bringing wonderful guests. Thank you, Dr. Naveen. Thank you, Acharya Sri Shivam. You have obviously been here before. Thank you, Pallavi. Thank you, Rashi. So many people over here. So we'll be moving on to the next session where we'll chit chat. Anukul will be visiting India at the end of this month at the IIT Mandi with Dr. Amrita Sharma. So if any of you are invited by IIT Mandi, then do please connect with our very own orthopedic surgeon, Anukul Goswami. Anukul, you've got a comment before Rotary Lal Gohil and the guest may move on to their next commitment. Over to you, Anukul. Thank you.
The entire set of talks were very, 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 very stimulating in every respect. I had only 2 points to one particular question to ask, and that was about at what age should the children be taught how to control their mind? Because after all, it's a question of chitta. And to recognize the concept of chitta and how you can control is something that I would possibly, Professor Acharya should be able to tell us a little more about that. Then the question of mental fluctuation, how to recognize the mental fluctuation at the early age is something possibly that manifests itself as problems at a later stage. That's my overall thought. And whether you take it in the form of Gurukul system of education versus the current system of education, you might find a lot of change in the way the children are taught how to control their mind as opposed to the current days. So very often we are seeing the manifestation of situations where you do not know how to control your mind and thoughts, and that manifests itself as ADHD and a whole lot of other mental conditions. Requesting Acharya Shivamji to tell us.
Okay. So thank you so much. So first of all, Dr. Goswami, I would like to tell that the consciousness, the chitta of children are naturally very pure. There are no so much thoughts, and they are already in the moment that they hardly have any malice thoughts. The problem is with a mature mind. So with children, I suggest age 3 to 5, when they are just beginning their academic qualification. So very basic awareness through play, like mindfulness for children, if we can do. So it should be noticing the breath in a very fun way. And then we can do some sound therapy with them. We can ask them to listen to the sounds. And with this, they can generally and naturally come into the moment. And this can help them to increase their, we can say, the awareness level. And once their awareness level increases, then feeling emotions, the next step. So first is breath, second is sound, and third is emotions. Then whenever they feel cranky, we can ask them, we can help them that just notice your emotions. How are you feeling? And naturally, this is my experiment I've done several times. They will automatically feel blank when you ask this. And then we can teach them to be in gratitude, because this is the best stage to be in gratitude. And that's why I remember when I was in class nursery and when I was in KG and I was in transition. So our teacher taught us a prayer, which we used to do before our food, to have before our meal. And we used to pray, thanks God for giving us this beautiful meal. So these gratitude prayers really help us. And then we can ask them to close their eyes and calmly sitting for 30 seconds. So at this age, mindfulness should be a game. They should look forward for something. It should not be like, going to a monastery or going to hermitage or kind of a something. It should not be a discipline for them. Because the moment you put discipline to the child, the rebelliousness of the child flowers. So we should take care of this. Then after age 3 to 5, what we can do is from age 6 to 9, an excellent age to introduce simple mindfulness habit, S.A.H. In this, what we can ask students, we can teach them short breathing exercises. We can teach them box breathing techniques. We can ask them to learn PRB techniques, in which pause, reflect, and breathe. We can ask them for 3-5-7 method. These are very simple breathing techniques. And this can also help to build their immunity. We can teach them body awareness through movements, then mindful eating, because that is the age when they learn from their parents, from their friends, they are so much influenced with the TV stars. So they develop a tendency to watch TV and start eating. So that is the time when we should teach them how to do mindful eating. And then that is also the age where they feel a lot of anger issues, a lot of sadness, excited they become. And they ask their parents to take us to the mall, I want this gift, that gift. So what we can do is we can ask them to name everything emotionally. So with building awareness, we can help them to understand the emotions at the age of 6 to 9. And as child grows naturally, when they are coming in their teenage, they understand mindfulness more consciously. So this is very important stage, because stress, comparison, my friend is richer than me, he's taller than me, he's fair, I'm black, these kind of comparison, social pressure, and screen addiction nowadays. In our time, there was no phone or something. So screen age. So this began increasing. So they can learn in their teenage observing thoughts. They can start journaling, silent sitting with themselves, emotional regulations, and attention training. Because that is the right age when they have to understand where attention goes, energy flows. So this is how we can build better teenagers, and mindfulness becomes extremely valuable. And what we see nowadays, anxiety, identity confusion, emotional overwhelm at a very young age, concentration issue, they don't have focus, social media stress. So we can avoid all these issues. So we are actually working on this Gurukul system, and we have this thing in our mind. And I would love to work with this age group as well. if we have something in future.
Thank you, Acharya Shivam. You can put your presentation onto the Healing Our Earth on a Facebook. You are connected to me. Or you can even go to Rotary Lal Goyal if you want to connect to anybody over here. He's your original introducer, or you can come to me directly as well. Anukul is already here. Somebody who has got a comment to make is Neha, who is in Nova Scotia in Canada. She is the rewired mind, the mind which is rewired.com. And she likes mindfulness as well. Neha, you had a comment? Go ahead over there. And global namaste to you from here, London to Canada.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you, Shivam, for sharing what you were sharing. I didn't have a comment. My Zoom acted funny and it just put the hand up. But I just want to say that everything you shared makes sense, and how, bringing mindfulness and regulating techniques in early childhood becomes so important. Having said that, it starts with the parents, because if the parent has to do that, they have to do the self-work. So
that's true.
Before we start talking about, oh, this is how you treat a child, this is how you work with the child, this is how you teach emotion regulations, naming emotions, it starts with you first as a parent.
Right.
So we better start thinking about what am I feeling before I train my child how my child is feeling.
Wonderful, Neha. Simple observation. Starts from the parents. Acharya Shivam did say, don't force the child, gently break them into it, because if you force a discipline at a child playing age, then they may not take interest and they may not like it. Rotary Lal Goyal, once again, you always bring wonderful contributors every week at Healing Our Earth, regardless of the topic. You are a wonderful soul. And for everybody, if you know anything about organ donation, Rotarian Lal Goyal is available 24/7, 365 for organ donation. Otherwise, he does sleep and rest, but organ donation, he's available all the time. Rotarian, thank you very much. We are still going to carry on with an open session over here, and it's wonderful. Dr. Naveen, you obviously started in the Indian slot quite well, and you can connect with Anukul and Neha, and we are Healing Our Earth is connected to 186 countries. It actually transmits over YouTube, Instagram, Telegram, Facebook, on the website as well. So everybody can connect with each other. We got Davinder here, who is actually an education. He's an educator as well, and likes penetrating through the school system and children as well. Davinder, you heard Neha, you heard Shivam. Your comments on children and how we can gently break them into it so we can understand the signals of mental health and stress.
The first thing I think to say is, wow, across the entire world, from all the people who've contributed from different parts, from Canada, from India, and here also from England, there is some commonality. Okay, schools are beginning to wake up to this. And as I mentioned earlier, the mental health support teams, they use guided imagery, meditation, a box breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, silence. All those approaches are approaches that are being introduced into schools within England itself. So that's encouraging. And again, it's so encouraging as well to hear that from within India, we have very eminent people within education, also within society itself, promoting this and also bringing back to life some of the traditional and some of the ancient knowledge and wisdom that there was. I think that ancient knowledge, traditional wisdom is something that we've perhaps over the colonial times been forced to abandon in a way. But now there's a renaissance. People are reverting back to things which had served society very well for a long, long time, okay? The sadhana, the scientists, our Rishi Munis and their philosophies, a lot to offer, okay? And very many of those things are now slowly being replicated and tested in laboratories and in other real field events and real field activity exercises as well. But the important thing is it's got to be a holistic approach, and Neha very sensibly and very, in fact, I think appropriately mentioned that the role of parents should not be ignored. So some of the things that we are doing in Leicester involve running child behavior intervention initiatives where the class teacher, the child in question, and also the parent work together with the therapist or the helper or the assistant psychologist to look at how best to move forward and to be supportive of one another and to ultimately help improve, in our case, which is the field that I work in, children's well-being, emotional stability, and also the opportunity for them to do the best for themselves. So, yep, our focus on children as part of early intervention and prevention is very, very important. The only little danger that we have is not to start using words that are pathologizing. Okay, words that very easily put young children into labels to say that they've got this condition or that condition. There's so many things that we need to normalize as part of learning, developing, and growing up. So I think those are my just quick overview comments on that.
Thank you, Davinder. And Davinder, Kirit, if you can put Davinder in touch with the ones you are connected, Rotary and Lalgoil, if you can expand the group and connect. At Healing Our Earth, we like connecting and expanding the family, because the whole purpose of Healing Our Earth is to bring better communities, free education, free entertainment, and also help and guide. And look at the experts we have got. Pallavi started in a completely different style as a mentor and a coach. Sandeep, who actually admitted that she went through mental stress and a tremendous amount of weight problem and still is experiencing, but now bringing to the community the knowledge what she has done. Dr. Rashi again came from a different point of view. Acharya Sri Shivan showed his presentation of how they actually deeply get involved with other communities, not just Indians, but community at large. Neha shortly will be talking about her plan of what she thinks are the tips for the mental health. So as a family, we can grow together and gently ease in these difficult times. The current times are so difficult. And Davinder, what you meant was that the science can confluence with tradition. This is where Anupul Goswami and Amrita will come in as well, because they are creating a science and tradition association. Basically, I feel going back to the roots, the basics, the Vedas, the Indian Vedic knowledge, the Indian knowledge system. Sri Shivam, you had a comment, you had your hands up. Over to you for a minute or two.
Yeah, so one important thing I wish to share, that why teach mindfulness to children? It's a very common question, and it is perfectly okay. So first of all, the consciousness of children are very pure. So parents should learn first, definitely, and parents should spend a lot of time with children. And parents need mindfulness badly, or rather I should say deeply, because children do not learn mainly from words, as we discussed. When you tell them do this, do that, they don't follow. They watch your actions. So first, adults have to be mindful. And if parents are anxious, angry, and children are watching, my parents are fighting, constantly stressed, so children absorb that energy silently. But at the same time, children are born with a natural awareness. So when we see a child, they laugh without reason. They laugh totally. And in that, we also enjoy. When they cry totally. So there is a totality in their whole being. Whatever they are doing it with totality. When they play, they disappear into the moment completely. They're not like half here, half in the kitchen, half in the office. So a child lives in the present naturally. Then slowly society enters. Comparison begins, pressure begins, fear of failure, constant performance issues. What will happen if I am unable to do that? And the child start losing the natural connection with themselves. So mindfulness for children, when I mentioned, is not about forcing meditation on them. We cannot do that. It is about protecting their natural intelligence, their sensitivity, their ability to be in the moment. And definitely parents must walk that journey too, because a conscious parent, we call it conscious parenting. We do sessions on this as well. Conscious parenting, that creates a conscious environment. And that is what we are doing in our community. So perhaps the real need today is not only educated children. We have enough. And everybody's moving to US, Canada, there, nobody wants to be in India. We all have seen that. So perhaps the real need today is not only educated children, but emotionally balanced human beings. That balance must begin both the child and with the adults raising the child. So we are working on this mission, and that's what I said. We do weekly gatherings on different topics like how to deal with failures, how to be in the present moment, how to embrace what life it is rather than what it should be. So these kind of topics I take, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity that we can actually share these kind of perspectives, and many people are listening to this. So, thank you.
Now I would like to ask a question to each and every one of you. We human beings understand quantum. So we know how a pound of apple costs, or a pound of pear costs, or a pound of sabji costs, and things like that. Those quantum we understand. Why don't we understand the quantum that stress, problems are all not profitable? So now I'm asking you a question. Does one have to look a problem as a problem, or to look at it as an opportunity to find a solution? Now, this is mind over matter. I'm going to go each one of you. Should there not be a thinking of looking anything as a problem, but just looking everything, my God, I've got an opportunity to find a solution. Let's go with you, Neha. Should there be a problem, or should there be an opportunity to find a solution?
That's an interesting question, Neil. And I believe first the problem becomes a problem when you think it's a problem for you. That's when it's first become a problem. And for me, I would say I would personally look at it as an opportunity for my growth, my healing, and that's an opportunity for growth and learning for me, not a problem. I think that's how I personally look at it.
Thank you. Naveen, you are obviously an expert there, predominantly there in India. You meet so many people. Chances are you also meet international people. Is there really problem in our life, or we designate them as a problem, or we create a stress ourselves, or do external people also cause stress? And then should we not condition mind to have an opportunity to find a solution? Over to you, Naveen, for a minute or two.
Yes, we are responsible. 75% we are responsible. As we point out the finger to others, the lifestyle, consumerism, too much materialistic, away from the nature, that has become the real cause of the stress. And nobody is likely to go back to the roots also. If you ask the children also, can I early to bed, early to rise? It make you wise. So nobody is going to accept this fact also. Too much lighting, now latest research also speaks, too much lighting, pump and show, that creates a lot of stress also. We are totally dependent now because we believe in synthetic values. So we just go for the medicine. So Rashi is more valuable for all these things.
I mean, I like when you say pointing finger at others. That is a reflection of ourselves. When we accuse somebody, or our wife, or our spouse, or our son, or our daughter, or our parents, maybe we might be at wrong. So sit back, relax, and see who is actually the cause of the problem, or a cause of the stress at the grassroots. Thanks, Naveen. Pallavi, you meet a lot of people. How do you condition their mind? It may not even be a problem. It might be a new door opening for them. How do you deal with that?
See, thank you so much, sir, for asking this question. I would say if I use what I have learned through NLP and healing both, and a combination, I would say why to call it a problem? Look at children. If you tell them there is a problem, they would be all, going into a state where it will be traumatic for parents as well as children. But if you tell them it's a challenge, look at them, how do they behave? That is what we need to do with ourselves. If we replace the simple word from problem to challenge,
we will be able to replace the whole mindset. Our mind will completely be wired to think of, oh, how can I solve this challenge? So that thought itself will work wonders for everyone. I think, how can we solve? That's it. Done.
Absolutely right. Choosing the words at a young age is very important. We have to be very careful when we are from 2 to 8-year-old kids in any country. They are observing you. They are copying you. They are relating to you. And sometimes they can embarrass you when the relatives are there and they can tell you their secret about how you are behaving. So Anukul Goswami, when he asked the question about the children, himself is an expert on many medical matters. He actually guides legal implications at the National Health Trust over here. And he was also wondering what comments would come from people. Anukul, isn't it correct that choosing the right words and actually gently putting the children in a state of how to find solution for a challenge, or join in with them and say, do you know how you would attack this situation or not? Isn't that right, that we should actually frame them differently?
Absolutely true, and a very important aspect, even considering it when we present the aspects in the legal terms as well in the courts. Trying to find out the relationship between parents and relationship between a husband, wife, and things like that. And the right words makes all the difference. But there is something interesting I want to add to Pallavi's issues. I was from the Armed Forces Medical College in Pune, and I was in the army. And one of the things that, we were always, and I was always in the periphery, and we were always the targets to be shot at. Now, dying is certainly one of the most important stress, you might think. But surprisingly, the entire period of my life, none of us were ever in stress. Never. And only because 800 people formed a unit, and our only job was to make sure that you protect the other fellow all the time. So we knew that we had 799 people behind us to protect us. And that concept of communication and making sure that everybody knows each other is central to that ideology. And second thing is the concept of your pride. If you've done your duty without thinking that you're going to get any award for it or not, that is the simple thing, because it's a question of, if you die with honor and dignity, your job is done. You don't have to think of anything being good or bad. So we were never in stress. I get surprised at how is it there's so much of stress otherwise. But that's a very simple reality.
Thank you, Anukul. And to Sandeep, I need to twist the question. You actually went through it. You were aware of what was happening. You actually did mention that, being called fatty or being called overweight or being this and that and others. How did you manage to how did you turn this problem into a solution, so much so that now you are helping the society?
That's a really good question, Neil. And it's one I often ask myself every single day. And to the speaker that spoke earlier, reflection is so important. And I think with my experience, I'm still on that healing journey. I'm still trying to find myself. Every day doesn't look the same. Some can say every minute doesn't look the same for that particular person struggling. So I'm learning more about me. And to Pallavi's point around language, challenging that negative self-talk that we constantly have about ourselves and to ourselves, yet we are okay and fantastic to give advice to others. We need to see ourselves as a solution to what we're going through mentally and physically, rather than the problem. We need to see it as an opportunity to open doors. So I think for me, what I have learned, and I'm still learning, is see the problem, reframe the problem as an opportunity, acknowledge the challenge, don't ignore reality, then try and shift your mindset to what can I actually learn from this? Or what can I do from this to build myself and build that resilience, which is very important in anyone, and especially in young people. This then leads a better thinking, stronger resilience, and more effective solutions. But in short, problems are real, but treating them as opportunities is what moves you forward. You start to make waves rather than ripples. And I think that is so key. But then also sharing that great knowledge with others, those challenges, being open in dialogue, in sharing what has my challenges been, but how have I overcome them? So speaking about that, sharing it is just as important as feeling it.
Absolutely, Sandeep. And you did share your parents were so lovely that when they noticed, because they knew you very well, they were nice enough to come, and together you all found solution. They didn't judge you, they didn't challenge you. That's where we have got to be very careful. So, and Sandeep, everybody is here for you. If you want to connect with Pallavi or Neha or anybody, Kirit is your original introducer. Just go to him and he'll connect you over there. It's so important. When we were when we were in primary school or before we went to secondary, we loved when our teacher gave us sums to do or asked us to do something. Then it was not a problem. It was, my God, yes, I found the answer. I did this. Well, as we grow, we forget that life is about learning every day. Sandeep is saying she's still finding a new way. Basically, what she said, if we could summarize, is she wants to be the best version of herself every day. Because up to the previous day, she has accumulated knowledge, and today may be extra knowledge. If you strive to be the best version of yourself every day, you cannot be wrong. Shivam, you have also got a comment because you deal with a lot of parapsychology and crowd and children's psychology. Isn't it right that Almighty gives us so many avenues to find solution, whether it is to do with maths or physics or biology or relationship or anything? Yes, things can stress us. What is your comment on that? Over to you, Shivam, for a minute or two.
Yeah, thank you. So, few minutes ago, you asked this question about the quantum problem. So I would like to say the quantum problem exists only for the mind that wants to grasp reality through concepts. So as we grow, as we study maths, then we study life's maths, we are so habitual to solve puzzles, but reality is not a puzzle to be solved. So our ancient Granth, if you have heard about Ashtavakra Gita. So in this, Ashtavakra says the observer himself is the illusion. So you ask, is it a problem or a solution? So the moment you divide existence into problem and solution, duality is born. But the truth is, the waves rise. We have seen the ocean. So the wave rises, the wave falls, the ocean remains untouched. Exactly the same analogy for our mind. Thoughts seek answers. Intellect seeks certainty. But awareness is simply witnessing everything. And this is what our ancient Upanishads are saying. When they say Athato Bhakti Jigyasa, when they say Ekam Sat, Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. So the quantum world appears mysterious because the mind itself is unstable. The moment we know the witness and the need to solve existence disappears. Because ultimately life is Advait. Life is one. Everything is one. But the fragmentation of mind creates duality. The fragmentation of the mind says, I am different from you. You are different from me. Because we see from a different space. We operate from the mind, and the mind says, he is good, he is bad, he is ugly, he is rich, he is poor, he is this, he is that. Always mind is in a comparison mode. But in reality, when we see the true nature, the nature of our own existence, Sat Chit Anand, existence, consciousness, and bliss, the Chitta Shakti, when we experience that Chitta Shakti, we see the Chidakash. Chidakash simply means the vast, expansive consciousness. That itself is everything, that only exists. And that's why those who have experienced the godliness, not God, those who have experienced the godliness, they have said that which is. They have not given any name. Because the moment you give the name, you are bound to operate from the duality mindset. So when you experience that non-dual state, the problem exists and you are the witness. You are seeing everything, how everything is emerging. And deep down in the ocean, there is a pure silence. So from that space of silence, when you see every ripples, it is just appearing and automatically dissolves on its own. So we are the pratibimb of everything. We are the reflection of everything. If I see bad in you, it simply means there is one quality of mine which I am seeing through your lens, through you. You are the medium. You are the one who's helping me trigger to see that quality of mine. So those who have known the truth, they say, I am another you and you are another me.
Thank you, Shivam. And you mentioned that those who have experienced godly moments and those who haven't experienced, and if your mother is still alive, just go and give her a hug and you will feel that. Because even if she touches you, you feel good. She knows all your habits because she knows you from the first second of your life. So that's important. And Shivam, you mentioned pointing finger at others. When you feel somebody is something, maybe you are, because that's why you are able to recognize that. And this is what Naveen said as well. Think before you point fingers at others. It could be you who is actually stirring that thing either on the other person, or you've recognized what the other person has got because it's in you. So it depends where you are standing and what you are looking at. If two people are facing each other, and on the person A is mountain behind him, on the person 2 is a sea behind him, the B person will say, oh, the mountains are beautiful. The A will say, what are you talking about? The sea is beautiful. And do you know what? Both are correct. So it depends where you are looking and what you are doing. Kirit, you get involved with so many people because the South Asian Health Action brings so many matters to do with health, whether it's diabetes, mental health awareness, whether it is obesity, whether it is thalassemia and everything. How do you handle people so that they bring more of a knowledge and information as opposed to problems to you?
So thank you again. We've had some excellent speakers and presenters and sharing some great knowledge. It's quite simple, really. Look, we've got to look at rewiring our own minds first, and secondly, we need to think about who are the right change makers, or who are the right people who can get the message out. Sandeep is an example, so we work on the premise that we are a lived experience organization. We have all of our people who have got different conditions, they're the ones that we bring in the front, and through their experiences we change the systems, how they've been diagnosed, how they've gone through their battles of their cancer journey. We learn from that, and we then educate the systems on how better they should be working with our communities, particularly South Asian communities. So I think from where I come from, I see more solutions. These are the solutions. The problems or the challenges, I say leave that to me, because I can navigate those problems, but the solutions are in front of me. Once I've got Sandeep and others, they're the solutions, and that's who we drive the message forward. And everything else, like Healing Our Earth is an amazing platform. It's something that we need to look at. How do we create workshops now, in terms of regular workshops, using people's experiences and expertise. And again, we've got a wonderful person in Leicester. She's developed. We've been talking about mindfulness today. She's developed a mindful chat, young program for children, and that's been her passion. So again, if we bring all these people with different levels of mindfulness experience, targeting different age groups, we've got a wealth of knowledge, and that's going to be changing our future generations, because that's what they need. They need this. They need these right engagement opportunities. They need the right opportunities to learn. And again, from our own, education, from the context of Vedas and others, you know, it's all new to us. We don't hear that in the schools. So how do we bring our, you know, cultural education, religious education from back home into the curriculum? And that's something that it's great to see, you know, Dr. Goswami and others, Amrita, doing some of this in terms of trying to create. And again, amazing to Dr. Sri Shivama, you know, what you're a young, for me, younger than me, but in terms of what you brought, we need to kind of bring people like yourselves into arenas where people can learn and educate, and that's something that we've got to do. So next time any of you in the UK, let's develop a program, let's develop some workshops, and then that way we can spread the message further.
And Kirit, you do very well. You bring in so many people, you collect them, you are a regular part of Healing Our Earth. And you mentioned rewiring the mind. Well, who better than Neha? Because she loves that. Neha, just in a moment, we are going to come back to you for next 4 or 5 minutes to listen to what you have prepared for us today. And before we do that, Neha, let's just let our viewers know what is happening in the future episodes that are coming over. And these are the future episodes. So next week is yoga and meditation for body, mind, and soul. You know, just again, it's the same Zoom access. Come in, you can be a panelist and give your comments. We've got wonderful people lined up for this whole episode next week. And the following week is kids and teens, children's talent, their singing, their education, their art, their craft, parenting, child psychology. So basically, it's to educate, empower, and heal our earth with the children. So if you know any child with a special talent, or you know any person who is very good at child matters, whether it's psychology, behavior, education, do please tell us. Following week, on Sunday, 7th of June, is the World Environment Day. Our land, our future. Well, it's true. It's our land, it's our future. Let us decide how we can take care of matters and improve the earth. And the week after that, summer recipes. It's summertime in most of the countries. India is very hot at the moment. London is becoming hot too as well. It's vegan and vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. Again, free global online episodes. So these are the wonderful episodes that are happening. If you want to know anything more, just go to healingourearth.com. Look at the future events or episodes. It will tell you what's happening. Neha, rewire our mind for the next 5 minutes, and then maybe we will have a question for you. Over to you in Canada, and a global namaste to you.
Thank you, Neil. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening from whichever part of the world you're here and joining us from. My name is Neha Arora, and I am a trauma-informed practitioner, RTT practitioner, and I am the founder of The Mind Rewired. And that's why Neil mentioned about it. And mental health awareness this week is very close to my heart. And today I want to talk about the hidden side of mental health. So for a long time, I wore busyness like a badge of honor. Like I always had something to do. I was working, studying, planning, chasing goals one after another, filling every part of my day with something productive. And honestly, I was very proud of that version of myself. People called me driven and focused and hardworking and ambitious. And I believed them. Because if I was busy and if I was productive, I felt valued, I felt worthy. And somewhere along the way, I had quietly started tying my self-worth to my productivity. So I kept going. I didn't really question any of it until 2018, when I got married and moved countries. And suddenly, my life became quiet. I still remember those first few months. The apartment would be silent during the day. No rushing, no deadlines, no packed schedule, just me. And from the outside, it sounded ideal because I had a slower life, more time, more rest. But instead of feeling peaceful, I felt restless. And maybe some of you know what I'm talking about. When slowing down doesn't actually feel relaxing. When the moment things become quiet, you immediately reach for your phone, open your laptop, find things to do, anything just to avoid sitting with yourself. And that's exactly what I was doing. I would wake up and immediately reach out for my phone. I'd make unnecessary to-do list. I'd check emails that didn't need checking. And I kept finding random things to keep myself busy. Not because I needed to, but because I didn't know how to stop. And I remember one afternoon sitting on a couch in complete silence and thinking, why is it so hard for me to be with me? Just to be. Nothing was wrong. I had a safe home. I had a loving partner. I had stability. But the silence felt loud. And in that silence, things that I had suppressed for years slowly started catching up with me. The overwhelm, the anxiety, the pressure, the emotional exhaustion that I had suppressed for so long. The constant fatigue, the pushing through, just being on stress and pressure throughout, while convincing myself that I was fine because my life looked fine. Because somewhere along the way, I had learned that staying busy was how I coped up with everything I didn't want to feel underneath. It had become a way of avoiding myself. And that realization changed the trajectory of my life in so many ways. As I slowly started working through my emotions and everything that I had suppressed and was disconnected from for years, I found the work that I do today, and I embarked on my own healing journey. It helped me reconnect with myself in a way that I had never before. And today, through The Mind Rewired, I help people work with things, and I support people who feel so okay from the outside, people who are entrepreneurs, who are successful, who are responsible, and they're high-functioning people. But internally, they're struggling with anxiety, with overwhelm, with exhaustion, and even disconnection. And I think that is why this conversation today with you matters so much to me. Because when we hear the word mental health, many of us still imagine something obvious. Someone falling apart, someone clearly struggling, someone unable to cope. But sometimes it looks much quieter than that. Sometimes it's the person who's still smiling, still going to work, still replying to messages, still showing up for everyone else, still getting things done. And I know that person well because that person was me. So maybe awareness and actions begin with noticing what we've become so used to normalizing in ourselves and each other. Because not everyone who's struggling looks like they're falling apart. Sometimes it's the person who keeps showing up, who keeps functioning, who keeps saying that they are fine. And the question I want to leave you today with is, what if functioning isn't the same as being okay? I'll just repeat that for you again. What if functioning isn't the same as being okay? And if any part of the story resonated with you and you want to learn about me and my work, you can visit themindrewired.com. And thank you.
Wonderful and very simple. So, Anukul, your answer to the question or your comment to the question?
Very, very thought-provoking. It sort of reminded me of my own mental makeup. If I don't have any work to do, I said, oh my God, that's terrible. I've got to do something. But anyway, that's how my mind works. As in our traditional system, we call our mind to be like a monkey, jumps from one point to the other. The biggest thing is to be able to focus on one thing and do at best as you can, but don't attach your success to the success of that particular work that you're doing. To be dissociated with your work, with karmane vadikara, that kind of attitude. They say, all right, do your work, but after that, you succeed or fail, it is totally a different story altogether.
Kirit, your comments.
So very, very, again, really amazing talk that you gave, Neera, and also I'll be checking up on you because I think it's you resonated with exactly what is been my journey in terms of, it's not about success, it's about, looking after yourself, but I've been looking after others instead of myself. So everyone to me comes first before myself. So that's kind of been, and I've been trying to rewire that kind of journey for quite a few years, but you've just dropped a few more hints in there. So I really appreciate that. And great work you've done. And it's about realization as well, because sometimes, the work we do, it's not, who are we doing it for? I've been passionate about helping our communities, right? But then when you see where are our communities when you need them? You don't, the giving back you can give, but when you want something in return, not monetary, but in terms of seva, you challenge you find it difficult. So you just then have to balance, and it's about balancing really. What you the thought you gave was about rebalancing, rewiring as well.
TheMindRewired.com is the website. Simple. TheMindRewired.com. For those of you who were here 80, 90 years back, which none of you are, originally the engineers used to rewire the cables. If the engine has to go reverse, then again it was rewired and then forward. And now, of course, it's automatic and it's done very well. Wonderful, Neha. We are coming to our conclusion over here. Let's take a comment from Dr. Naveen on what Neha said, and then Davinder, what Neha said, and then Anupul, you can finish off with Gayatri Mantra. And what a wonderful session we've got. Kirit bringing some contributors, Amrita bringing contributors, Dr. Rotary and Lal Goel bringing contributors. So, Dr. Naveen, you heard Neha, the mindrewired.com coach. Your comments, please. You can unmute yourself. You're muted. If you could just.
It was wonderful to know about the Neha experience and the work. And this is really very insightful. So I think 100% perfect. Go ahead. No comment. We need to learn more about this technique which you have designed. So keep it up, Neha.
And do please keep in touch with each other whenever you want to connect to anything at Healing Our Earth. You can go to Kirit, Amrita, Rotary and Lal Goel, Anupul, or you can find me even on a Facebook or Telegram, and we are always clear information here, which is very good. Davinder, you've been there right from the beginning, and some of the exciting things, particularly in Leicester, which was actually one of the first ethnic non-city compared directly with Harrow Borough of London. And Leicester, as you say, and now ethnically has got more population than indigenous population, which is brilliant. It's good. And Leicester has seen so many first. The world's first Diwali on the earth was in Leicester, 1983. So Leicester has got many first. Davinder, the nice thing is somehow penetrating this kind of information, the traditional way as well, into the education system, I think is very exciting. And your comment with what Neha was mentioning and how she looks at it, rewiring the mind.
In a sense, in terms of rewiring the mind and thinking about where we need to start, our starting point really definitely has to be our young people, our children, okay? Working with them, but obviously informing parents and having parents being knowledgeable. And that knowledge initially would come through exchange of information, transformation and transfer of information from people in the villages, from the elderly, those who are knowledgeable. And that's what's now beginning to miss. What we now have is uncontrolled knowledge that comes around. We have so much information that people can't make sense of some of that information. So working with children, making them aware of rights and wrongs, principles, responsibilities, making them aware that it isn't just important to say, oh, this is my right, but also with rights come responsibilities. So it's essentially basically looking at a whole lifestyle and holistic approach for everyone in society to have their little part to play. Okay? We shall always need advancement in science to do lots of different things, to go to the moon, to get more robotic interventions, to get AI working. We need all of that. But ultimately, I think when we get the gratitude to say we are not living in a world of duality, and whatever there is as the most mightiest of things around us, that supreme being, he and her, or he or she, and their guidance is what helps us all. So I think essentially what we need to do is start early, start with parents, and everyone can join in this journey about rewiring one's own mind, but by using others as well to be supportive.
Davinder, you hit the nail on the head. You mentioned about the Almighty and the supreme power. And now I ask this question, and only 30 seconds each if you can answer. Do you feel that AI has taken over from the Almighty because it's faster than Almighty? In 2 seconds, it gives you the whole damn answers and everything. It takes about 1 hour of bhakti before you connect with the God. What is your view that AI has taken over the world? Just in a 30-second, where are we going to be 5 years from now? Over to you, Davinder.
Just to say, AI, in fact, always has a clause which says, AI makes mistakes, AI makes mistakes, AI makes mistakes. The supreme being doesn't make mistakes. Whatever he has for everyone is their lot, okay? How we deal with it, how we look after it's another matter altogether. So AI will never, ever be more powerful than the supreme.
So AI, if you are listening to us, Davinder says that you can never take us over from there. Pallavi, it's brought a smile on your face. Have you noticed how fast AI is and that everybody is into AI? And if you are not into AI, you are out of game. If you don't have a smartphone, if you don't have a tablet, if you don't have a computer, we wouldn't be here on this platform.
Yeah.
So here is a philosophical quandary to us. What do you think AI is going to do 5 years from now? Over to you, Pallavi.
Well, I will go with Davinder sir. See, AI can do everything for you. It can give you all the apps, create all that you want to do, your workshops. And, right now also, if I want a presentation, it can give me a presentation in 5 seconds. But at the end of the day, one thing matters, that how are you? If you are not in right mindset, AI can also not help you. So definitely AI is going to take over. And I remember when Google came, everybody was like, oh, Google is God. But today we know that God is God, Google is Google. So I think, again, the AI will also go into that state. Yes, we need to learn, because why? We are talking about young children, kids and everything. So they are, they are very technical right now. They learn technologies very fast. So we need to learn that so that we can approach them in their way. So for sure, that learning should be with us. But at the end of the day, connecting to ourselves, connecting to our inner self, keeping a check on our inner child, that works the best. And as we all mentioned, rewiring ourselves, that AI won't do. We will have to do it every day.
Thank you. Anupul, your comments.
This is not exactly comment. I'm just trying to ask one question and trying to clarify my own mind. I've got psychologists over here, psychiatrists, and Davinder Singh ji. One question is, when you have too many options or possibilities, then you have to go through a complicated process of trying to find out what is right, what is wrong for yourself. Is that creating more problem for a child? Or if you say that here is an order, you follow it and think about it later on. Now, I have been in the military service. My father was from the military background, and I'm from a surgical background. And you put to do the procedure this way, and that's it. Don't think, we'll think about it later on. But right now, this is how we're going to do it. Now, that made it easier for me in many ways because I did my bit of reading and I was told to do certain things in a certain way, and I did it. But I find that now, with too many choices available, does it make it more difficult for people to decide? Especially when there's so many information floating around, what would be an ideal way of doing it in the current days for the children?
Oh, I don't know who has to answer, but
Davinder ji,
since
that's fine. Anybody, yeah.
yeah. So if I go with this, I feel that yes, and very correct, sir, that we have n number of options, and moreover, because of social media, AI, everything, we keep on going into that state, and kids keep on going into that state. When they look at somebody else, they start feeling, okay, can I do this too? Then they see something else, then they start saying, can I do that too? Somehow I feel that in young stage, let the children try, because until unless they will not try, they will not know what is it where they actually want to be. And I would say it from my own experience, because I also have a kid, a 10-year-old daughter I have. I still remember when she went for her play school, the play school teacher told me that she is very good in drawing. Please get her to do drawing classes. I said, okay, fine enough, I'll get her. I got a drawing teacher for her. And that 2.5-year-old kid, my daughter, she did one day, she did the class and she did not like the pattern of the teacher. And the second day I kept her asking her, coming out of, she had hidden herself underneath bed. And I kept requesting her, please come out, sir is here, please come out, sir is here. She did not agree. Now, I touch wood, I being from the background of mental health, I relaxed myself. I just requested the teacher that, please, I think my daughter is not interested. I will request you to please leave, and sorry, apologies from my end. And she was out of the hidden place and she was relaxed and happy. That day I realized it's not about me, what I want. It's about her, what she wants. And till date, she's just 10 years old. Whatever she has chosen, she has gone to the level where she is still continuing it. So I feel we should be relaxed, as we were talking previously, also as a parent, as an adult, we should be relaxed and we should be okay by making mistakes and failure, so that and we can understand what our purpose is, what we are capable of doing better, not by comparing ourselves with what others are doing. So I feel try. If you feel like this is not where you lie, go ahead, take your just take another step and do it till you find what is your purpose. We get afraid of failure, future failure. We get afraid of making mistakes, as if everybody looking at us is sitting with a certificate and going to certify us that you are the best person I have seen in the world. Nobody is going to give us certificate. It's we who matter to ourselves, nobody else. And I think we have to have that approach.
Correct, Pallavi. Do it for
Very
yourself
correct.
and be the best version. If you are the best version as you are, then anybody wants to criticize is their problem and not your problem, because you've done and seem to have done the best that you can. Neha, your final comment, and then Anupul, if you could have the Gayatri Mantra ready. I think we have done wonderful today. Neha, Almighty or AI? Who gives you the answer fast?
Mighty, there's no doubt about it. AI has changed things for us. It has made it easier, but there are answers and there are things that AI is not capable of. So that's not even a debate in my head. There's not even a question here.
So I'm going to throw a quandary and I'm going to throw a spanner for all of you. You see in the Bollywood movie, everybody goes to the temple, so it takes 2-3 hours to go to the temple. Then you do praying. Then a flower falls from the hand of Lakshmi ji onto the feet and you feel, aha, they've listened to you. So this is now 2.5 hours. Put the same thing to the AI and in 3 seconds, they will give you answer. I want you to think, I don't want an answer from you. Just imagine whether it's AI or God, because God is now handling 8 billion people and therefore the AI has been created. God is even gone on holiday now. Thank you very much, Anukul. Mita, you got a comment, 30 seconds. Please conclude your comment in 30 seconds. Unmute yourself. And Anukul, let's have the Gayatri Mantra. So, Mita, your comment, please.
Yes, AI is never going to replace human beings as well. We have at the university something called S.A.H.A at 2047, whether there will be taught classes in the college, in the university, or AI will be doing all online teaching. And AI is, after all, man-made. It's not its own, and God is universal throughout the universe as well. So its example is that when AI robot-driven car is asked to decide between, if two people are crossing the road, one is an elderly, one is a young, has to decide whether to kill the young or the elderly. So it's that sort of logic which.
Thank you, Mita. You're cutting off. The answer is simple. Whether you kill the young one or old one, no, kill the brake. Put the brake on and you will save everybody. It's actually a very good question. So I don't want answers from you. I just want you to be aware. Keep a faith in Almighty, but don't let AI go, because AI has already started opening its own company, which means not the human beings. The AI, you might have all heard about sending the taxi to the Heathrow airport without human intervention. So keep a faith in everything, be in touch. We don't know 5 years from now whether AI will be speaking or we will be speaking. We love you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connected to us from. The YouTube link, Facebook link will now become a recorded link. The YouTube will remain permanently till they delete. The Facebook removes after 30 days. Gayatri Mantra from you, Anukul, and thank you very much.
Om Bhurбхават Swah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurбхават Swah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurбхават Swah Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyayo Nah Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Brilliant. We are private now. What a wonderful session. Davinder, thank you for being here from the start. Please keep in touch with Kirit. Obviously, Anukul, Kirit will introduce you to
Absolutely.
Davinder. Pallavi, very well done. You can connect with anybody who you like here. It's easy. If you want to connect to anyone, I think Rotary and Lal Boyle brought you in the group, or you can just find us on our Facebook. Just connect with anybody. Neha, well done. It's nice to connect with everybody. Thank you, Mita. Thank you, Lata. Thank you, Anukul. Thank you, Kirit, for always being there. This is wonderful, and Healing Our Earth, simple motto: create better, loving, united communities.
Brilliant.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Neil, for doing this, for bringing us all together.